Hello, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we are on another live stream. And I see unknown. Thank you for what I do. Well, thank you for showing up and for caring about any of it. Let me set my windows and things up. I am not sure if I expect the most awesomely efficient stream for today, but all the same, we've got some neat things. This is my first stream since I did discontinuity, so that's exciting. And we left off trying to work on some of the juice things, that's a graphics plugin making format. And I'm in the process of trying to make some other controls, similarly to how I made that fancy knob that tilts and turns and things. I've also put aside my coffee until this point in the morning, which is unusual and interesting. I guess it's me trying not to go out like Steve Albini, although still in honor of Steve Albini, I'm experimenting with coffee flavorings. Because Albini is known to favor a as far as minor bugs and consolidated, there are some things I can do with that and some things I cannot. And it sort of all depends. The things that I can do with it are working on the actual plugins themselves and also the metadata stuff. Metadata meaning things like the text that's written in all those explanations. I was asked for something kind of like that. I was asked for, can there be something saying which plugins work with oversampling and which do not? Which is a fair question, and I've got that on my web page, but it's not built into the plugin. So me being able to do that on my end would be writing stuff into every entry in Airwindopedia saying what that plugin is like relative to that. David Chapman says, can you resize it? I don't know. Mine are made to be sized, but this is Airwindows Consolidated is kind of a offshoot of the Surge project. So where some of the most fundamental things are Chris style, where they have things like Chris order in the menus, which I sort of lobbied for. It wouldn't have had that if not for me. The actual design of that plugin and any bug, certain bugs and implementation are very much on the side of Paul and the Surge synthesizer people because I'm not competent to fix those things. In fact, I was just learning about stuff going on because there was some people were running into a bug of controls turning into black squares. And Paul seems to have solved that one, but he did it on a level where I don't really understand exactly how that was done. And I checked to see whether or not my code was doing the same thing. I don't think it is. He says, none of this matters. That line's probably fine for you. Just for me, that line and only that line was a problem. And it was a line of code which for his caused that problem sometimes for some people. And then for mine, apparently it was superfluous. Like I don't need to call it in order to make my thing run. Speaking of which, I suppose I could get onto that. I'm keeping a bit of an eye out for Sudara, because this morning I just tried to build the plugin with all of the secret code signing stuff for Macintosh set up properly. Wow. When's the last time anybody ever said Macintosh? They're Macs, right? So this morning, among other things, I was setting that up, and I think I did it correctly, but my build still doesn't work, and I don't know why. It's trying to run something called benchmarks, which I don't think is part of the actual plugin, and the actual plugin seemed to be working okay. But I am effectively powerless over fixing things like that. I don't know what happened. I don't know where it's being asked to run or what this separate benchmarks program even is supposed to do. I just know that it was part of the Pamplejuice system. And that is the part that is breaking right now. So I can't offer downloads right now. But what I can do is do my end of things. And there is always such a lot to do on my end of things that might as well. And for instance, here's where we stand. Actually, go ahead and hear that properly. I don't need to hear it as much, but I'll let you hear it properly. The Surge synthesizer people can. I don't know if that's going to be a thing. So this is where we stand with the meter. I tried to make it build so that everybody could use it, and nope, it failed. But it's failing on the Pamplejuice end. It's failing on the end where other people build these frameworks that are expected to work, and when they don't, I'm basically powerless to fix them. But what I have done recently is work on this a little bit more. Where we left off, I had done this thing where you can specify the text that you use, and you can specify the color, and one thing I have not actually done is further stuff about letting people set their, I think you're a silly person, but those are some of my favorite kinds of things. So see what we can make out of this. Maybe you'll enjoy this one. I basically had this going where I needed to do some updates with it. And I also had a condition where as I was using it, the text up at the top was printing gibberish, which is basically because I'd updated the plugin and then not loaded it in properly. And I did some additional checks to make sure that if you had, like, I think this is going to be accessible. It is. So here's how that stuff is done. For instance, if I select user color equals black, and I've got a user image now, we've got an LED color now, which is going to be handy for certain things. And I'm not specifying a user font. So if I hit save on this, even without restarting the program, if I close this and open it up again, the meter is now represented in black. And that's in user space. Like, you are allowed to do those changes. And it's doing a kind of emboss effect literal black is kind of intense for a color to make your entire interface, but we can also do graphics, textures. One possibility would be to let people try to load, hey Marshall, try to load literal custom UIs for their plugins, assuming that they are not going to resize them, because I do not have the resizing scaling to the plugin. These are all things I could also do, mind you. But like if we can do this, or let's see, let's go for something a little bit more normal. And anybody want to suggest a font? Micromo was nice. And the way this works is very Airwindows-y in that you're responsible for managing the state of your system to be able to tell the plugins to do these things. If not, they will fall through to stuff. Arial, okay? That's an actual suggestion. I'll go for it. And if I hit save, and we close and reopen, there is our dark gray, and that is in fact Arial. So we got there. Metal Mania is also amusing. And you can't really see it very well. But I mean, since this is globals, it also applies to this other plugin, which is currently called Juice Test Plugin. And this is where I'm getting together some of my other designs, although I might not be keeping the meter here. I might be thinking in terms of doing other stuff with the following exception. Console X is going to get Airwindows hit meter in it. I see no reason to run that separately. I'm going to just build it into the interface. It'll be twice as tall. Hopefully it'll still work and fit for everybody. Whole thing can be resized anywho. And that's how that's going to be. But I have no idea what that is. And so what we've got here is a set of controls which I can adjust and resize. In fact, I can adjust and resize them using this thing. This is called the Melatonin Inspector. When you run that, that means you get to readjust some of these things and position them as you see fit. Oh, that is actually not going to work. Let's try doing this like this then. Yeah, as soon as it resized, it repositioned all of those things. But this is something that Suadara, who made the framework I'm using, came up with. And it's going to have a great deal of usefulness. When laying out these controls for the first time. So I'll be able to position stuff like this and then read off the numbers and things, and thus make it so that when you do the resize, and there's stuff I'm interested in exploring with that maybe that could do some of that today. But yeah, here's Melatonin Inspector, and what that does is it lets you see in this part here where we've got these controls and things. This is apparently, I think this is going to let me copy and paste out of this. Yep. And it is even adjusting it that way. What that means is I can position everything exactly the way that I like, probably disabling resize in the plugin to do it, and then copy the numbers out of there and bring them into the plugin's code. And this will be a fine time to launch Xcode and look directly at that plugin's code, because we're getting rolling today by me sort of going over all of what makes this be what it is. Here's gain. Here's this plugin's code. Let me shuffle the windows around a little bit until it is visible. So when I say plugins code, what I'm talking about is this stuff is letting me work with some of these things. And I love Sudar for coming up with some of these things. Even if benchmark CPP is causing all of this to break so that you can't actually have the plugins I'm making yet. I'm sure that's going to be worked on whenever we get around to doing it. All these things end up happening in due time. And I do my end of it, and that's the important part. And you get to copy stuff out of here, for instance. That gives us the proportions of how these things are arrived at. And then when we fire a resize thing, we can use the numbers that we got from there to go into this section. See where it says paint here, and then it says resized. This is where we place all of the knobs and how big they are and where they are in the interface. Which means when we do that, I will bounce over to this, and as soon as I touch this, it will snap back to the original position, because that's what that resized code is doing with it. And when we have this going on, we get to do unreasonable, hilarious things with it, and it will just sort of reshuffle everything. So if you want your plugin to be like horizontal and this wide, as far as I'm concerned, I should be able to work out ways of making it do that. Or supposing you want your plugin to be a literal channel strip. So instead of being like that, let's say you want them all to look like this so that you can put them next to each other and have it look like a giant mixer on your screen. Depending upon what the plugin is, that might not be actually convenient. But as far as I'm concerned, if you're going to suffer some of the challenges of unconstrained resizing, like you can do this, and now you can no longer see the plugin, and Juice does not seem to be great at, like, if I use this resize thingy, it's letting me go even beyond what the other one does, which is terrifying. Look, microscopic knobs. Can you see those? Because I don't know if you can see them. But I can see that I can still operate that knob. That's horrifying. That's what you'd get if you took like Console X and made it be a vertical line, is all the knobs would be that big. And then we can make it expand and be bigger, or make it be like vertically aligned like this. And so part of what I'm doing with all of this is, and also here's another thing that I'm going to be looking into today. I feel like this is probably a good day for enabling that Airwindows globals. I have actually run into an interesting challenge with Airwindows globals. I offered it, like here, this. I offered it to the folks who were doing Airwindows Consolidated. I offered it to Paul, and so on. Oh, let me see. I have got a problem request. Blue-eyed cat, hi there. I don't tend to have install manuals. What you might wish to do is use Airwindows Consolidated for that stuff. You basically, with my regular things, also 30-minute warning on ads and stuff, for my regular things, you're expected to know where to put the things. And I'm expected to keep making more toys for you. But the Consolidated project works a lot harder at helping people. In fact, I'm going to skip the frickin' ads. Why do I need those? Sometimes I'll let them happen, and sometimes I'm not even going to bother. For Consolidated, there is a installer in both the Mac and the Windows version. The XE is the Windows installer, and it will put things in the right places. If you want just Galactic 2, I must ask you, are you on Mac? Are you on Windows? Are you on Linux? Because I can tell you which thing you'd want depending upon what platform you're on. You're on Windows. In that case, the DIL folders are the only ones, the DIL files are the only ones you care about, and you probably only want one of them. If you're on a modern computer, you want the 64.dil. You want to put that in the VST folder, and then you're good. You do not need the SO file. That's for Linux. All right? So that is probably, let's put this back too. That's probably all you need to know. There is no manual because it is that basic in that if you're putting stuff of mine in there, I'd like you to know where to go in order to take it back out again. Unlike Consolidated, my plugins never produce any other files anywhere or do anything other than process audio. And so it's like, if you like it, then you use it. If you don't like it, take it out. Put it back in again if you want. And Consolidated is doing a bunch of things differently than that, but within constraints that I'm still comfortable with. And that's why I'm talking about Airwindows globals. And hey, thanks, Aaron. That is something that people, I think, are looking forward to. Rotatable phase knob. I honestly don't know what that would do, Samitha and Siva. I am not sure what you mean by that. Also, the discontinuity stuff kind of renders phase meaningless because you can no longer position things that finely anyway. But you could position things on a submix, I suppose. And a phase plugin meter, like, there's probably things that I can do meter-wise, honestly. I am liking the use of metering. Like here, let me be doing this stuff a little bit. So we've just told Airwindows globals to be just dark gray. That's one of the things I was going to do. User image is not being supplied, so it's not going to try to load a graphic. It will load a tileable graphic and tile that across the background. And you will have to control what graphic you use because you can pick unreasonable graphics. Actually, let's have some fun and play with that for a moment. So the graphics have to go in my documents folder. However, I can do things like this. This is from something that I did a while back. You think that could be done? This is what I did a while back, which was a giant Minecraft map that was a whole sort of fictional world with all different kinds of animal people and a whole backstory. And when you do world building, you usually never actually do the art that you wanted to do with it. So there's that. But you will notice that I am not doing any sanity checks. I'm not doing any sanity checks. So it's on you to not load something that is too big for your program to be able to run. And now if I save it and reload it, we will find that we are now trying to use that map as a background. So I could do the one eyebrow raise quite easily. And it is doing this. It is even doing the shading by reducing that entire map to a blurred color, which it then uses. Let's find something else that would be amusing. Like I found that Architectures was a good source for a lot of non-unpleasant background textures that you could draw things over and it wouldn't ruin everything. However, you can also pick textures that wouldn't really be appropriate, such as this. And because you can pick inappropriate things and use them, I can show off some of the stuff I was talking about like this. And again, I can't give you this yet. I'm waiting on Suadara to help me through some of the problems with Pample Juice to get it so that I have a working build which I can then copy over and change stuff around, at which point I'll start being able to spit out all manner of plugins and do whatever I want. Until that point, I can't give you this. Unless you go to Airwindows, and not even this, go to Airwindows Meter, download it, and build your own copy, because that is something I've seen people do. But I am not in release level yet. But what I am in is, here we are with this again, and I hit save, meaning that if I go to here, the reason this is more transparent than the last one was is because one of the things we're doing, and I think that's going to be, let's see where it is. See here where it's doing file custom background, blah, blah, blah. And then if it exists, we do background image, and then we do one called blur image, which turned out to be much simpler than I thought it was going to be. And that's background image rescaled to 2.2. It could be 1.1, but 2.2 is pretty much satisfactory. Oh, I know what I should do, though. I should make it be 3.3, because then we will be trying to look at the center pixel, probably. Let's do whatever changes are needed for that. Here's this stuff. This is not where we do that. And where we get the color to blend with is here. So let's see. We're setting the size. We're making these controls. We're doing this stuff. This is all fine. And I believe, yeah. See where we get Airwindows look and feel default color is getting a pixel out of this. And I think pixel 00 counts. If I can, like console X, more or less depends on me being able to make this stuff that you're looking at work. It's more or less, it requires that. And so if I can make that work, and let us see, I wish I knew what the juice get pixel stuff wanted. I'm assuming if I tell it to be 3 by 3 pixels, Is the first pixel that you can get literally 0, 0? Or is it 1, 1? So here's something I could do to try. So I'm going to have to quit out of Twisted Wave to make it register this. But here's where we started. If 0, 0 works as a pixel value, it's going to be basically the same shade of green. I know I've got something that's working to load graphics, and it's looking at a pixel. But since I had a 2 by 2 canvas for the resized blurred one, what we're looking at is either going to be the top left or the bottom right pixel. And I need to find out which that is. So quit out of there, build this. It's now trying to do a pixel at 0, 0. So if it doesn't do that, it's probably going to return black. If it returns black, those knobs are going to look different. And they might look better, but it'll be the wrong thing. And this is me trying to figure out if that's actually done what I hoped. Yeah, because if 0, 0 is a legitimate pixel, it would be like, I think, the top left corner. So imagine this little texture blocked into 9 squares, like a tic-tac-toe board. This would be 0, 0 if I'm correct. The center would be 1, 1, and this would be 2, 2, because the total number of pixels is 3. And again, we can scale it around and stuff. The idea is that it should be delivering a blurred pixel that's roughly the middle of the appearance. So let's quit out of there again. Let's put it back to 1, 1, and then let's look at that weird, the thing that I called versus map. I may be able to make it look wrong in a way that's useful. Because if I have a 3 pixel thing and I'm getting the middle one, that's most likely to be the correct answer. But then when I use this, the middle is going to be mostly green, and the part that we're seeing starting from this corner is going to be mostly blue, so the shading is going to be wrong. And I would like it to look like the shading is wrong, because that'll tell me something useful. What you're seeing here, this cross, the blurriness of it will put a lot of green into the middle pixel, and then the top one is definitely blue. And so what I should see if I use this as the graphic, maybe even able to do that. Is a appearance where the shading is a little more green than it should be relative to what we're looking at. And I think that's actually being handled. I could make a special graphic to highlight that even more. But on the whole, I feel like that's working well enough for now. And since this is all globals, it applies to the meter as well. And the thing I was wondering about is, since I can just do a straight up graphic on it, it might be amusing to, this is in line with how I was talking about working with the Airwindows Consolidated folks, who, again, are not me and don't do everything the same way that I do. I had a bright spark of an idea that I thought might be pretty cool, which was, let's consolidate all of the metadata. Meaning if in Airwindows globals.txt it says user color value dark gray, then it can try to either use that color for Airwindows Consolidated or use it as some kind of highlight color, knowing that you can tell it to be unreasonable colors. And again, here's one of the things that I'm going to want to do. Apply track color. I've currently got it so that if you're in Reaper, and I may even be able to demonstrate that nicely. Let's find out. We're loading some of these things up again. Here's where I left off. Here is, I never actually shut off the weird thing that I did with it. So you can see that our master channel is showing the same meter, but it's actually showing it as master. And I've not got stuff routed through, I don't think, no, it's not going to SWB audio capture. So I think what I've got going on here is not actually outputting to my, because I don't hear anything, but that's fine, not worried about that at the moment. But you can see that we have the meter up and running. Also, this is what I currently have. This is what I currently have to work with to do Console X mixes. So that's cumbersome. But the point being, I have this set up so that if I quick add AFX, and it's like my gain, see how it says track 10? It's taking the track color, although I'm doing, like, let me fuss with this a little bit. So it should be loading this every time that particular plugin gets loaded. So we've closed the interface, and so it will need to redo that over again. And now if I open the interface, see how that's blue? But if I see, no, shift drag isn't correct, but it's following what I wanted it to do. So let's cut that one. Let's try Commander. I do not remember how to operate this machine, but no worries. So if I, let's see, I don't think it was option drag, but I suppose I could be mistaken. Yeah. So if I option drag it to different channels, sometimes it gets a little funky, but it does basically know that it needs to be the track color. And I'll option drag it to orange. Again, it's not updating things clearly, although as soon as you resize it, it does. Then to yellow. And so if you closed and opened it again, it would just go to these track colors. And then if I, let's see, option drag is what I was doing, go over to here. That is now a and you'll see we have the LEDs lighting up in blue because I told it to. This one's in RGB. And it is, since there is no track color associated with lack of track color, it's going to the default, which in this case is the dark gray that I told it it was. And that's how this works. it lets you see command? No. I keep trying to find out how you tell it to just delete, and I keep failing. This is because I don't get to work with this as much as I would like, but that's all well and good, I suppose. Anyway, there we have, it is using the track color, and it is using that track color to paint the entire thing this really, really strident purple, because that's the track color I chose. If I update the track color, that would be a custom color. I think random color is going to update it, and then it does still need to redraw. I'm not worried about that part. I don't want to be pushing it around to the extent where it's constantly trying to redraw its interface. I don't feel that is helpful. Here we go. Nice little collection of colors. And again, like I said, if it updates in the background and you're fooling with the track colors, then you have to interact with the plugin to make it do something new. I'm comfortable with that. I don't want to be jumping around, constantly having everything try to redraw. So here's the thing. Like, I can run this, and I can have all of these plugins, everything that lives on a channel, be color-coded to that channel, and that part is working. But I also want to be able to let people turn that off. And I wonder whether maybe what I can do is tint the background graphic to the colors if custom colors are in play, because that might be quite interesting. And that'll be tricky, but that's among the things I'd like to fool with. So firstly, let's take that away again and quit out of Reaper without saving. And we're going to do it here. Like, I do not have apply track color as working. It just happens to be another parameter that's not being used for anything. Jonathan, that is possible. If so, it would be console LA2 and console MC2. We're not there today. So I guess the first question is beyond simply apply track color, and that's going to live here. Here's where we read these things. And I guess all of this needs to be the value, and then we apply them as needed. So here is a thought. I'd been wanting to set it up so that if you wanted to, you could specify custom. And I also wonder whether maybe all of this, see, I was talking about Airwindows Consolidated. And I was talking with these folks about whether they would like to take advantage of the fact that I'm going to have people specifying colors for their preferred look and feel of all of their Airwindows plugins together. And so what I would like to do is be able to make it so you can specify like, oh, I want all of my plugins to be blue. Let's make them all be blue, or let's make them all be this color. And then have Consolidated also follow that, but that's not going to be possible, and I'll tell you why. My way of getting to this stuff is by, and I should look into something that I saw. I remember Paul talking about this, and I bet it was on the Discord. So I'm going to run this and look at my own section. This is Paul fixing these things. I was asking people how I went about doing a category where you'd be able to load stuff in a folder. So how long ago would that have been, I wonder? Did I mention that I was trying a variation on Steve Albini's Fluffy Coffee? I figured out that I could, yeah, it's going to be a long time ago. I wonder if I can search within this particular subforum. That I don't see. But this would be the rough amount of time. So this is my comments on that discussion, because the Consolidated project was finding ways of saving favorites. And this is me saying, yeah, use documents. I'm using documents. I think people should be able to have access to this. Drop the file in the documents folder. Then if people want to learn how it works, they can look at it. And this, weirdly, I'm the Mac user here. You'd think I would be all over hiding the guts of things from people, and I'm absolutely not. But let's see, this is, yep. This became a whole conversation. I'm going to jump to this point in the discussion and then close that search. So here's why you don't have favorites yet. I wanted it in documents where the user could see it. As soon as I started wanting that, everybody in the Consolidated project were like, wait, but it's supposed to be an app data when you're like a program. And I'm like, no, we're a plugin. And I want it to be in the... But here's the thing. This is how I use this stuff. I do special location type user documents directory. And I'm asking about how to get to a subfolder in there. So here's Paul's recommendation on how to go about doing that. Let's see whether that even works. And that was me saying, yeah, name the folder. We'll both use this folder, and my file won't also have Airwindows in it. And immediately, Evil Dragon is like, actually, no. And now it's going to, their version of it is going to live in app data, which is not easily user accessible. Sorry, I wasn't able to talk him out of it. I tried really hard, but I had to back down because I was getting really strident about it. I'm thinking it's just going to be one of those things. And this was a while back, and that probably will get me to jump to present. Also, let's peek to see whether Sudara is still there. Oh, nope, but he saw my message. That's fine. So let's see now. Here's where this tries to do its thing. That's not going to work. Also, I don't trust this. I guess a file can also be a directory. So first of all, not going to do that. Second of all, let me have a look into, see, I do not have a Airwindows subdirectory in my Documents folder. I do have Airwindows Docs, and in fact, I'm going to rename that to Airwindows and use that. I feel if anybody has a folder that already is Airwindows, I should put my file there. So now Airwindows Globals is alongside all of this other stuff. And I see no problem with that. If you're keeping your Airwindows things in there, that is also where the Globals file would live. So your Documents folder, whoever you are and whatever you do, you will have a get child file. So the question becomes, how does this actually work? If we do, stacking them up like this. Because see, the way this works, right? If, and this is the way you would do it in the Godot engine, by the way, is you just keep stacking up the references and making them more and more complicated. I think you'd do things similar to that also in the Unity engine, is you just kind of run with things and extend upon them. So you can stack up stuff like that. And what's going to happen is if everything isn't just right, it will fall over. And the thing is, I'm comfortable with that because better for it to just straight up fall over than to start fussing with things and trying to make it in a way that it's happy with. So the question becomes, because that's the thing, is if in Juice as a file, you get a directory by saying it is a file and then just having that be a child of that, then this will work. Otherwise, it will suddenly not. And this is the part that I don't want. I do not want a situation where it starts creating directories where that might not suit what the situation on the ground is. Like if you have Airwindows and that's actually a file, if Airwindows is in fact like a unnamed text file that you use for all of your personal notes on that, I do not want to change that into a directory without asking. That's kind of important. So let's see whether we can do this first of all. It looks like it worked. That is not actually, oh, no, it updated itself. You see where this found where I moved it? That's kind of neat. Didn't expect it. So we can only have the interface be green if it's able to find its new location. Also, it would help if I opened a file. Oh, hi. That's a crash. And see, here's the thing is I wanted to not straight up crash, but just fall through to simpler behavior if this is not working. So let's keep banging on that a little bit more. Let's see if we can keep making it crash. I think I loaded the meter. Let's load gain. Uh-huh. Okay. So gain is in fact able to find the new stuff. Having closed it up, that was the wrong thing. Stop bugging me about the audio hijack is a really bad offender as far as you launch it and it's constantly telling you all about all of its new crap. I do not like. None of my stuff is going to do that. He says, even though I'm not in control of Airwindows Consolidated. If Consolidated does that, I'll ask them not to. Okay, so let's try launching the meter. No, didn't like it. And I will tell you why by reading through this and seeing if I can find out. I haven't updated this one yet, you see. But it shouldn't be killing it outright. That's my concern. And sure enough, there's Airwindows look and feel. Data abort byte read translation fault. What? We've got a lot of stuff going on here, that's for sure. But why would it be... That's a lot of stuff. Can't say as I'm happy with this. First of all, I don't really understand it. But second of all, I feel like it should be able to just not try to do things if it can't. So here's the stuff we did. We added this, which means it's reaching inside this folder, which is in Documents, and it was able to find the green color that I put there. Also, I have a Airwindows tempo ref living in here. So we can also see whether it's accessing things the way I think it is. So Airwindows tempo ref is a JPEG. We've also got Airwindows tempo words. And I think that's JPG. Yep. Put the LEDs back to red for this one. Save. And yeah, so I don't want create directories anywhere near here because I want it to be able to fall through and simply not do the thing it thinks it's doing if all of this isn't perfectly in order. It's on you to have the Airwindows folder and the right things in it. If all the right things aren't set up correctly, it should straight up just fall through without doing any of these things. Which probably means all this stuff needs to live in if statements. You know what I mean by if statements? I'm going with, like, it should be checking to see if that even exists. Like, load file as string even exists. So that would be another if statement about if custom settings exists. Although, I'm pretty sure if it completely fails, then this ends up with a null. And then this ends up with a null, but that part doesn't break either. And maybe here is where it's starting to fall over. Because I know that's happening for meter. We just don't have it happening yet for... So here's another thing that I should do. I'm not currently running Twisted Wave, so if I update this, then I will at least be able to see what it did, because it'll load the new one. Hey, Carla. So what we're doing is taking this piece that I'd added as a change. It looks like it was able to make it work. And poking it in here. Now this is the meter. And if I do this, the inspiration is me making things want to sound good. You mustn't assume that it's on some kind of piece of, like the inspiration for console MC is an MCI console. I don't have an MCI console. Inspiration for console X is like all the numbered ones I've done, where it's not about mimicking the past, but about jumping forwards fiercely into the future. Haha. And that's more exciting for me. So let's build meter and see, because what was happening is we were doing this, we were failing to get a child file because there's no longer any Airwindows globals to be had there, and then everything fell over and died, and that's no good. I think I have just told it to do an unreasonable thing, but perhaps not. I'm supposed to be able to get this. Oh, I think I know why it would. If I want the graphics to also be stored in the Airwindows folder, which I think I should, I need to update this. Yes, I do. I do. So let's see. Because it's got to at least try to do it this way. Which means I also need to load up. Let's quit out of Twisted Wave again. We're not ready yet. I also need to load up meter and add the same file change there. It's going to be even more fun when I start trying to tint these backgrounds. That'll be exciting. I could even add a tint percentage. But that's another story. I could add a tint percentage to the base color. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's build that. Very good. Build this too. See, with that at least I like the fact that it fell back on the color when it wasn't able to get the graphics I told it to get. That's what I'm trying to make happen. I'm trying to make it so that if you tell it to do the crazy thing and it successfully does it, it does the crazy thing. This is a Airwindows plugin literally built on top of one of my useful graphics. And there's our background. Just like that. Now, is it going to explode when we try to do the same thing with meter? Nope, nor should it. And you can just barely see that the letters are behind this or underneath it. The letters are hidden behind the frame there, but they're still there. So we have gotten past the thing break no work part. Or have we? Airwindows. Now it's going to try to load those things again, but they won't be there. I found a bug. I found a way to break it and make it crash. We're going to want to avoid that. So now we're going to try to find what it was trying to do, that it still thought it could try to do that even though the file was not there. And sure, it looks the same as it did last time. And that's a big pile of mess that I don't honestly understand. I confess I don't know what this means. I'm still trying to do it even though I don't know what it means, but there's your problem. So byte read translation fault. Interestingly, it's a little bit chilly in here, almost to the point where I'm like, I should be making a fire, but I know that I shouldn't because it's actually going to be like up to 80 degrees during the day today. One of the things that I do with my house, and see, vtable for Windows look and feel, it's trying to do stuff related to that. And look, get first child element. XML element. So we're doing something having to do with it trying to deal with the XML elements. As I suspected, this is a place where it can only safely crash if you're not trying to do this stuff. I'm pretty sure these things can all fall through to like choose find color for name. If you give it nothing, it doesn't really matter. It'll fall through to nothing. But here's the stuff. Everything else it falls through to. If there's garbage coming in, it doesn't do anything. But I bet this does not. This is where the problem resides. So we already know that it's reliably crashing if I rename the folder, making it not be able to get any of this stuff, which is all good, well and good. That's fine. That's supposed to happen. That means it's not able to load custom settings, load a file with string. Is it crashing on this or is it crashing on this? And there's one good way to find out. Now it only is allocating a unique pointer using juice XML document parse XML file, but it's not trying to do anything. Well, my patience has to be amazing. I'm not very smart. All I know about is how to make sounds sound the way they do. So people usually go through this kind of patience and logic in college, and then they know all this stuff by heart, and they go much faster than me. I can't do that, but I can go much faster as far as getting certain things to sound right, where folks who know this stuff by heart don't necessarily know that. So everybody has their own, everybody has a place. And this is the thing where I feel like this could be exploding and dying. So here's the next thing. I've taken some of that out, but we're still trying to make a unique pointer. But now we're not ever trying to read any of the stuff, so all the rest of it is still nothing. Since all the rest of it is still nothing, this is the defaultiest of defaults. It has loaded nothing. It is falling back on what you have. If there's no file there, this is what it's supposed to look like if you have done nothing with any of it. And it appears fully functional. That means it's here that it's crashing. So all of this is a section that only is valid if body is a thing. So now what I need to do is, first of all, an if statement. And we're going to be using it in body. So the question is, what questions can I ask about body that will return a nope if it's not actually a thing? Because what's happening is if this is not the thing that it expects it to be, it dies. And I need to make it fall through gracefully if it's not the thing. So we can't apparently, we either can't do body get child iterator. Ooh. Hey. Yeah, I'm going to be checking here. And that offset things nicely. Hey, Ram Spencer. If you can find that in forums, that would be a very fun thing to see. So, if we do that, we're supposed to be able to refer to this like it is a XML element. As such, we've just done that little text there, which is giving me a sort of fill-in menu. There's other programs, like I own a Unity-based thing for doing this, which has better inserts for these things. What I'm looking for here is not is text element, sort child elements. I'm looking for, does this even exist? So C probably means constant. M, that would be a method. This would be the destructor. I see a little tilde in there, deleting the element. Let's keep looking. So this is supposed to be an unique, all this unique pointer juice XML element and stuff, that's like C++ stuff that's a little bit beyond me. I don't really know how that stuff works. I'm pretty sure if I try to use any of this and the actual element is dead, then no bueno. But we can get to this point, and it's fine if it has generated the thing and it's dead. So maybe instead of XML file, maybe instead of body, we don't even look at this. That's a weird warning. So it's going to try to make the thing into an XML file, and what's going to happen is if that fails, we're running juice XML document parse on nothing. But it's supposed to be a string. So what else can we do? Tints, blah, 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 get, replace, to user string. These are all methods. They're altering the thing in place. This is for destroying it. And we're going to go back to what I believe Jules was talking about. Hey, Naldo. Yeah, don't worry about it. If you left the comment there, how about you echo it here in chat? Then at least if it's a comment that I need to see, I can probably answer it off of the flow. Let me see. I was doing something here too. There was something I was doing in here where I felt the need to go a bit beyond. Had to do with loading new names. Something to do with loading new names. Okay, so I was getting some weird results, so I added some stuff to see whether you could do this with it. So if the length is less than 1. Oh yeah, with a bit of luck, Paul will see that. It makes me curious as to what you're using. I could even bounce that over into the Discord now if you want. Perhaps not this instant, but soon. Yeah, and also be sure to download the latest version. Stuff gets changed a lot. So where was I? I don't think you can have an XML file of less than 1 character, so let's add that belt and suspenders stuff here too. Fair. Try downloading the latest version and seeing if it still does. And if it still does, then definitely talk to Paul about it, and I can bounce that information over to the Discord so you don't even have to wait. For now, I'm still trying to sort out what this is about. This falls through if the name is wrong. I've tested that, so that's fine. These fall through. This is the only part where I have to be particularly careful to not have garbage. Let's try it. And I think we are still in scream and die mode. Let's double check that. Yep, killed it. So I have not updated meter that way, but I have updated gain. And that's referring to exactly the same Airwindows globals. So let me see, where am I at? We'll relaunch and we'll try it with gain instead. And see if it gets by. Oh, no, it did not. Huh. Interesting. Well, we've quit out of... Let's double check and make sure that it has the new version. So if I do this, it's supposed to be able to fall through without crashing and dying, but no. Invalid access, it is doing something wrong. So what am I doing to fail to protect it from this? Well, for one, let's comment everything out again. With all of that missing, but we're referring to XML file, we're finding out whether it is, oh, interesting. Yeah, that shouldn't have been firing up. Huh. I should have been telling it not to run this if those conditions are true. Well, maybe there's your problem. Maybe that's exactly the problem. I think I may have just told it to not do the thing. So if not void string, and also if the length is larger than 1, let's actually compare the length with larger than 0. It's a string. That length is going to be not fractional. So if the length, if it is not yeah, I mean, it crashed, but I was literally telling it, yeah, run this code if it's not okay. And that is the opposite of what we actually want, so let's invert it. Jonathan, I bet I know. I think if you're cranking it up far enough, what you're getting is the background of incredibly low bit. If you make stuff be literal 1 bit, which I think Pocky 1 is able to do, then you're bringing up a noise floor. So I'm going to say that's not a bug. I'm going to say don't do that. That is the way it's designed to do. Speaking of way it's designed to do, let's see if this still crashes when I bring up gain. Ah, hey! See, that's falling through to nothing is broken, even though I've renamed the whole folder. I think that's the fix I need for this stuff. Meaning, let's go through and no Pultec. There's stuff that acts like that. Okay, let's open up meter. Here's meter. This is the one I would like to put out first, but we're not there. And this section is going to be exactly the same each time. But I've got more changes. Let's incorporate the more changes. Our changes extend all the way down to here. So from custom settings to end of custom background. Because remember, now our blur image is 3:3. God, did he do that? Oh dear. And having done that, let's build that. And build that. And stop this being too silly. Oh, I know what I could do. Let's go to all my date modifieds here and then drag all of these textures into the Airwindows folder. That ought to do it. Oh, also gray bed 1080, because that was also in the same basic category. So now we've got a bunch of different textures and things that can be used in all of my other Airwindows information. And how would I go about don't mind me. Let's pick something obvious like this grass texture. Oh. And I shouldn't have closed that, so let's not. And we renamed the folder to not be the wrong name this time. I broke that on purpose to see if I could stop the thing from crashing properly, or crashing improperly rather. Command S in Finder does nothing. Command S in this is what I would care about. And fire this up again. So I'm making, yeah, in the reference there, that is a method of telling people, sorry man, I'm trying to do particular things rather than making graphics on stuff. That said, here we are with graphics and stuff. They're pretty graphics. Give me that. But this very high density graphics is a useful test case. And we can even fire up our, let's see, the crunchy granola meter. The background is grass. Also, my let's see if I can put that back to coming through on the stream. No, apparently not. Let's see if I can fix this. Boop. And so there we are. hit record meter with a field of grass. Just cause. And yeah, I have come full circle. And, well, it's an ascending spiral rather than a circle. Like, what I'm doing has nothing to do with what other people do when they try to do the GUI things. Like, they try to do the GUI things in order to make a really good picture of a Pultec EQ faceplate so they can sell it. That's not what I'm doing. But yeah, I was doing some interesting explorations in this morning, even having to do with this very hit record meter. For instance, I can go into my documents folder and see whether I've got anything. Okay, free sounds. I have license to a sounds library that I purchased, but I don't have any of them actually available. And that had better not show on screen. Hope I didn't just screw that poor guy up. However, one of the things I found was quite interesting. I was trying to zero in on what actually the hit record focus that goes into a blue color is doing. And it was quite interesting what I discovered. But for now, I'm going to yeah, how about not do that? Thank you. And do this. Let's see if we can get sound effects. Firstly, let me set that so that I can hear it. That's not that many things. I guess there's more. That doesn't want to load, does it? Look at you not loading. Let's try this one. Okay, only one of them loaded and the rest of them don't want to load. That's no good. Yeah, that ran, and that one ran, but these ones are not. Never mind. How about this? Do we have anybody? That's interesting. It's quiet. That's absolutely not. What I was finding was that there is a correlation between certain background noise, and I was zeroing in the filtration of pink noise to see what lit up the meter most, and it started sounding a lot like rain. And we cannot, no, I guess we can. Shows me for fussing with that stuff. Going to free downloady places. Of course it's going to give me a headache. That's heavy. That's louder than it needs to be. Here's another one. Something to do with the way that rain, and here we got jungle rain and birds. Oh, that's very quiet. Something to do with the way white noise is filtered through time and space means that some of those sounds zero right in on optimal. They equate to what the meter is pegging on. That's not going to work. That might. And I may need to make these be stereo. But yeah, good enough. Let's go and try to raise some of these things up. I've opened them all as a single file. Interesting. Twisted Wave is sometimes too clever for its own good. That said, check it out. Acoustic sounds. Our hearing relates to known acoustic sounds that we would have evolved with. Millennia ago, this sound existed. And so, our hearing is sensitized to some of these things. Here's another example. It is also behaving similarly. This is literal sound of rain. It is, it adapts itself well to amplitude. That one's not as good as the previous one, but it's kind of more focused. So yeah, clearly The Doors' LA Woman is the biggest hit record in the universe because it uses the sound of rain. And here we are again. That first one was pretty much the best of the lot. And the interesting thing is that it is pretty consistent. Hang on. With various stuff. I can put a tremolo on this, for instance. I've got it in my recents. I should anyway. Yep, I do. I can do this. That's as slow as that tremolo will go. But I can apply it, and there you go. And you will see that the functioning of the meter is not tied to amplitude with this type of sound. It continues to be relevant no matter what level you're at. And that's because our hearing evolves to be able to hear through stuff like this. And as such, we're sensitized to these frequencies, these like waveform angles coming in. We can make it become louder and it'll still be pretty consistent. There's also a correlation with, let's see. So let's take this and make that be normalized. Then keep that selected and throw on the meter. So it goes right up to a high amplitude and still remains pretty well connected. It's just that for the quieter sounds, everything is consolidated into the same spaces. So there's not really an amplitude limitation to it. And we can do that to the extended period. Or indeed, clip it a bit. What would be good for that? 80 clip 8. There we are. Most of it's not actually clipped, but that's probably as loud as we can reasonably go. The channels don't seem to be balanced either, so let me attend to that. Will 2dB do? Yeah. And here is what we have with that on our meter. And that's about as loud as you can reasonably get for a rock and roll performance. I can cut off some of those red lines, though. All I need to do is a quick clip only. There we are. And then adjust the thing to loop it. So there you are, the sound of rain. Equates fairly well to sounds that people relate to, sounds that people's ears relate to and draw information from. It's even doing the high frequency peaks fairly optimally. It's about as bright as you'd want to go for those. So the sound of loud rain is about as loud as you want to make loud records go, and you get your maximum amount of impact by having the peak energy fully exercised and matching the amount of high frequency energy in there. And again, this is acoustic sound. This is recorded from a microphone and not processed other than the ways that I've been putting tremolos and things on it. No other processing. I could go in search of an even higher quality recording of that. It also sounds a little bit like applause. And the way that amplitude connects to the human hearing system is extremely relevant because, again, this is a sonic experience that has dated back for eons, for as long as there has been atmosphere and rain falling from the sky. So it stands to reason that it would relate to people's experience of sound. Oh, Riders in the Storm, fair enough, yeah. Jonathan is correct. That is the one. So I feel like on that bombshell, I'm going to go and make another cup of coffee. Not in an enormous hurry to do so, but it is getting on towards 11 in the morning. And late enough in the day, I'm not going to be willing to do that anymore, so I might as well do it now while I can, because I do have further things to do. But what I will do in the process of doing that is let's quickly change that grass texture nonsense from what it was. Airwindows Globals in its new home. No texture. And user color can be, actually that would work. If I don't have a valid color name, it will fall through to my default, which is light gray. And Command B doesn't do anything here because I'm in a text editor. Actually, it would have made it be boldface. I don't think that applies in a text editor that doesn't do styles. So while we're at it, while I go and make my coffee and take a bit of a breather, because especially since we lost Steve Albini, who was the type Aist of all type A people, I'm leaning into the self-care thing that I hope everybody that is watching is also like, if you are watching this, I want you to take care of yourself as well, which is not only like take care of your finances before jumping on my Patreon, but also like, take a rest, be gentle with yourself, be nice. And I'm going to put some music on for you while I go and do those things. And it is the most recent, or the only so far, Console X mix. I just have to fix it to make it work. Give me a second. The last time this failed to work, what I had to do was go into OBS and reset it there. Oh no, we're fine. I thought it wasn't working because it wasn't playing music when there wasn't music to be played. Never mind. I shall be back probably before this runs out. Excuse me. Ready. Oh. We're back. Again, that is a fairly recent mix. I can't actually do quite the same thing again because I've already changed Console X out from under what I did that on. There's some adjustments that need to happen that will be seen in Console 9 when that comes out. Because what I'm trying to do is get it to where it can do what I need to do as far as extreme level settings, but most of the adjustments have things sitting about the middle of the fader travel. And currently it's not, so I had to change it. So here's what I'm wondering. Having made my coffee, and now that we're getting into thinking about some of this stuff some more again. There's actually a number of things I'm wondering. I should probably poke around with one of them before getting into the others. No, Youssef, I will not. It's not going to be ready. Here's what we're wondering. We're wondering can we make some of this stuff work? That's not good. So let's see. First of all, where is Airwindows Globals? Here it is. We have neither of these implemented. Man, I need to sneeze so bad. Give me a second. Blow my nose. It's terrible. Spirit is willing and the flesh is weak. But not next week. Flesh is this week. Console X is also not next week. So where were we at? we're going to do something like that. And we'll just distribute this. That doesn't actually make as good sense as I would have liked. But none of it does anything right now, so I don't care. That didn't successfully draw. Look at that. So what I'm looking for here, and it's very frustrating because I can't keep my chatter up because I'm too busy thinking about it and I'm not seeing what I need. I'll drink some more of my coffee and see if any of that goes better. So this is kind of what we're looking at, because what I'm already doing here is I'm able to load this image. It becomes the background image. Blur image becomes a separate thing. But then when we start going into making it actually be a thing, if blur image doesn't exist, we assume the other image doesn't exist either. And so we fill all with the background color. Oh, here's an interesting point. Consider this. I may be able to draw this image as a transparency anyhow. In that case, it will become a matter of using the selected color and then potentially drawing the background image over everything else semi-transparently. Assuming tiled image fill can do that, which is not necessarily so. The default color refers to the blur image, that's fine. God, excuse me. Clipping the mic sometimes with this coughing and snuffling. I should probably take an extra day, but I'm not doing that. Because if I was, I'd probably just be fiddling with this stuff again. Speaking of fiddling with this stuff, I'm going to bounce over to Discord, which is inevitably checking for updates like literally all the time. And seeing if Sidara is hanging out. Nope, doesn't look like it. Because there will come a day when Sidara is interested in poking around, perhaps even while I'm live streaming. We'll come by and we will knock out some of these problems that are stopping me from being able to give any of these things to people. My end of it is working out okay. I'm continuing to do that. The end of it that it's auto-building on GitHub, I've got all of the macOS secrets and things installed properly, and it's just other stuff that is giving me a problem. I'm not competent to fix those things, but I'm probably competent to fix this, so let's see. What's this 1.0? Where's this? If I was to go to Airwindows, oh hey, that's not even in the Documents folder. This is the one I want. If I was to go to Airwindows and select, for instance, this, as you can see, Grass 3937 in Architectures. And then user color can be red. Here's what might happen with one little change. So now if there's no image, we fill all with the background color as before. That is currently red. If there is an image, we fill it with red, and then we do the image fill over it. We can. Would you like to have distance 3 next week? You can have distance 3 next week. I can make a little note. Is that what you would like? Because there's others. We've got a new seriously, we've got a bunch of stuff. But yeah, you could have distance 3 next week. Would you like that? You are here at the stream. If you're here at the stream, you get to ask for special favors because you're hanging out with me. So would you like distance 3 next week? You shall have distance 3 next week if you would like it. And let's continue moving on this. Okay, so here's Airwindows gain with our handy dandy green grass background. It is doing nothing unusual with the background whatsoever. What's this one, though? If this is alpha channel, then it already does the thing I need. Let's find out. Let's see whether it does that. Oh, Carla, yeah, oh, that's common. It's not the most instant thing, but you shall have it. That's common. I'm not working on that right today. What transpired? Oh, look at that. That looks kind of darker, doesn't it? Let's see. Oh, I do have one concern, though. I feel like this might not actually be an alpha channel. I think we might have drawn that in lightness. That's something of a concern. There might still be things I can do with it. So here's the deal. Our background color is literally now red. I can test that by making the graphic unloadable. I've changed the name. I built that. This is now set to 0.1, but it won't actually use it this time because there's no background image, so there will be no blur image, and so we're going to have blinding red. But if we fix that image, so it's no longer the wrong name, now it's able to load it. What I'm shooting for is tinting the red with this green grass. It should be very obvious if that's what's happening. We'll build that. I suspect this might not actually be working, but we'll find out. Also, I might be able to apply, I saw something where it was applying a alpha to that, but let's see, the color is back. The value is 0.1 rather than 1. That is not transparency, that's just brightness. We're still drawing the green. You can just barely see it, but we're only barely drawing it. So this number is not transparency, this number is brightness. And if we put that back, I actually have to quit out of this first before that will work. I'm enjoying my Albini-inspired coffee, not in the sense of searching for death so much as Albini's shop likes to make a kind of coffee called fluffy coffee. It is an espresso shot with added cinnamon poured over fluffed up milk with a bunch of maple syrup, so it's got a bunch of extra sugar and stuff. Hey, Game Boy Z. Game Boy Z tends to make suggestions that may or may not have anything to do with anything, and we'll find out. I do not know whether that is a thing. But I do know that we can have our color back again. So here's what I'm wondering about. Because like you see, like Game Boy Z is suggesting colors red with alpha. I don't actually want to draw the color with alpha. I want to draw the image with alpha over it. And I've seen somebody doing that. So this is Jules himself. Graphics G, result G, set opacity, draw image. So what I don't know is whether that's going to do everything I want. But image result, create copy, graphics G of result, because that's presumably how that works. Then set opacity of background, create copy, draw image. Here's where we draw tiled image or set tiled image fill. So the question becomes, can I do, we've got G here already, so set opacity up. Float's supposed to be opacity, but it is not, is it? It's not showing through the color, is it? There's a thing. Like I see it literally right here. It wasn't doing what I wanted, but at the same time, it was doing what, yeah, Game Boy Z. Game Boy Z is very enthusiastic and suggests many things. Firstly, I guess we'll find out whether we can do it this way, because I wanted to know whether that was opacity. It acted like it wasn't, but then it was. So we're setting the graphics context to opacity 0.1, and then the tiled image fill, its own opacity is, well, hang on. We do have some of these stacked up funny. What if we explicitly set the opacity here? Oh, I dare say you'd be, I mean, distance is going to be an extreme version of that. But that said, I think it'll do a great job. Let's see what we got. This also implies I'd be able to make the meter opacity take into consideration other stuff that's happening. That might be fun. Okay. So here's the thing where we're successfully making the opacity that was being set in the tiled image fill. Problem is, it's not honoring the color that we set everything underneath that. It's like it's not drawing that. So probably what that means is that the order of these things is going to have to be reversed. I know I'm setting the background to red, but it doesn't see the red because there is apparently no underlying thing. I would like to avoid doing two tiled image fills, so maybe the next next question becomes, can I draw something over it? And even though the opacity is that low, it's drawing the highlights, and so the opacity is not applying to these things, or even the highlight on the outer frame. And that's actually desirable. I like that part. So yeah, we can set the opacity of that, but what we're not able to do is the color. But what if? See, the way opacity works, you could have a color and then a thin wash of something, or the wash of something and then the thin wash of color. You could apply either to each other, and that's what we're going to try to do. So take that away again. Change the order of these things. Don't mind me a little confused by what just happened here. So can we set opacity and then fill with the color and have the color be transparent? That's the question. Because we have set the color to be blind staring red. So with this, we can fill all with the tiled image fill, and then we're trying to do something over the top of it. Does it remember that the image fill was there? Or when you do fill all, does it replace whatever you had? Because that's another possibility. It is possible that when you do fill all, you just override whatever you did and nothing else matters, and it replaces it. Fill all becomes bottom of whatever your graphics are, no matter what else you might intend, meaning that something else would have to be done. But let's find out what happened first. Okay, that is full intensity. That's intense. If we do it a little more intensely than that, blah. Well, keep going. Didn't do it. It didn't do it. Does it do it if I do fill all and specify this color? Because this is what it does when it can't set a... Oh! Hang on. Hang the heck on. We can't set tiled... Yeah, fill all depends upon what's being specified here, so I can't have two things at once. This also suggests that if that is set to a background image and then we lose the image for some reason, it might blow up and break, although I'm not as worried about that. But look at what we're looking at here. Set tiled image fill probably replaced fill all, meaning that we can no longer... So this is going to be an interesting experiment. Check this out. We'll set it to very little opacity. Set fill type. Doesn't know what the fill type is. Okay, let's go to the definition of this. Nope, still doesn't know what that is either. That's unfortunate. It would be nice to know what the definition of that was. It would be nice to be able to find that. Maybe I can find it here. Knows what that is. Set fill type, context set fill. Const fill type. So the consts are probably located somewhere. This is the kind of trouble we get into. Because it's gradients and things or possibilities. You could make that also available to people. I'm assuming that if I go up to the top I can find some of the consts, but they might not even be living here. In fact, they're kind of not. So graphics fill all. Is that indeed what I'm using? Yes. Fill all color, color to use. Color to use is transparent. See, it's designed to be able to do this with the transparent color. In theory, I should be able to do that. Context set state, set fill, fill all, restore state. That might not be what I'm talking about though. I'm talking about being able to draw transparency over something that is already there without removing it. I also still have not found a list of consts that specify what a fill is, nor do I have any real pointers as to where I would go to find that. See? It says const fill type, context set fill. Well, maybe I can jump to the definition of that. I don't see any consts. Consts are things that are declared once and then you don't get to change them. So we're supposed to be able to spell out something that might indeed be like one of these words. Like, see, that's background color ID. We might find consts here, but we're not. This is the kind of thing where you can get stuck for days. Maybe not days. You give up and then you're not stuck for days, but here's the kind of thing where you're looking, it says, you know, set this with const that, and yet it is not forthcoming. It says const fill type new fill. That means you're supposed to be able to take a word like background image, because a const is a variable that doesn't change, and it will be associated with a particular, like host track color is a number. It's a little number that's being declared somewhere. We got jump to definition. Actually, that's just defining where that's not when it chooses things at all. That's mine. Well, one of the things that I can do, since this didn't work for me, was fill type. Public attributes, color, image. You would think that a place like this would be where I would be able to find the const. Unfortunately, that's not necessarily true. Oh, look, more. Well, that didn't actually give me what I was looking for. That gave me nothing useful whatsoever. The documentation was generated from the following file. Maybe the consts live in files. Thank you, Juice. As always, utterly helpful. I don't know what it is with this place. I'm thinking I had better go and find, gset file fill type. Let's see somebody actively using this. Maybe they will have something. Not juice. Oh, and I'm going to want a G set fill type. So what have people typed with these words in them? Graphics class reference just gave me what I already had. The class references seem to have a real tendency to give me pages where there's nothing on the page. That is spectacularly unhelpful. Here's Stanford University. Set fill type, const fill type. That is a clickable link. Let's see whether this goes anywhere that actually shows me variable names that are associated with a const. These are member functions. See, what I'm looking for is the word or number one would use to tell it this is a color or this is a texture or something. At no point am I actually ever being able to see the word that they want you to be able to type, and I've never understood why programmers do this. It makes sense to somebody, I guess. See, this is the thing I'm looking for. If I just type fill type, that isn't going to work. That's a really weird note right here. Oh, on the other hand, this could conceivably, well, so if you had told it this, nope, that is not what it wanted. So yeah, there we are. We're in the doldrums dealing with this nonsense. I bet even though this is Stanford, this is still not going to give me anything. Nope. I got to find somebody's code that uses this. The interesting thing about what Jonathan is saying about distant dark vocals and stuff is this has a lot to do with the metering stuff that I'm working on. The fact that rain produces hit record sound is fascinating, because what rain is lots of tiny high-frequency impulses over space. It's like probably a Gaussian distribution, or some, not necessarily Gaussian, but there is a random quality to it, but also it is heavily like nearby high-frequency sounds, nearby high-frequency water splashes don't cover as much air as raindrops falling, 100 feet away, which have to transmit through the air to get to you. at which point they have hit the natural version of the discontinuity plugin for every single one and rolled off some of their highs in the process, like distance. And as a result, the sound that you produce from literal rainfall is this very specific audio effect where there are high-frequency transients in there, but the vast majority are farther and farther away with the equation that you could work out. Distance of given raindrop from listening point. When the raindrops are equally distributed and the listening point is like X far away from them, and the result that you would get would be this particular type of roll-off where the farther and farther away you are from the listener, the more raindrops are hitting in any given moment. And they are also being mixed in at quieter and quieter levels and having more of that air discontinuity. And the end result is what the hit record sound meter gravitates towards, which is an astonishing result, but it speaks loudly to the idea of why do we gravitate to certain kinds of sounds in the first place. What is so compelling about that? Here's somebody with code. See, they're doing the kinds of thing I am not going to do. And Jules does not want you doing this either. Does not want non-resizable film strip knob controls. That said, if you did, fill type slider, image transform. Huh. So you can use an image, can you? Let's see what happens when we do that. Nope, doesn't like it. Doesn't like it. I stand corrected. We're still stuck, and I tell you why. We're still stuck because we cannot create a valid juice fill type. I wonder if I literally typed in juice fill type, does it give me an autocomplete? Because that'd be real helpful. Maybe that's what they expect you to do. Move constructor. I do not know what move constructor would even do. That would be... So there's an arrow and a dot indicator, each of which are kinds of ways to refer to children of objects. I'm going to see whether either of those give me anything. Firstly, dot. Okay, that gives me things. Is enabled, is visible. The rest of this doesn't look as if it is relative to what we're trying to do. There is no such thing as a fill type mouse down, for instance, so that's not actually helpful. It's just giving me random stuff, basically. It's giving me all possible things, so I do not think that's going to be even remotely helpful. I'm looking for anything that looks like it could be a constant that has to do with fill types, but I do not think that is going to give me any such thing. And that's irritating. Certainly doesn't have to do with mouse things. Yeah, this is just giving me every conceivable thing. Oh, and I see the size of the scroll bar. This is no bueno. On the other hand, these are constants. Or, yeah, these look to be constants. They're just every conceivable constant that you could ever possibly have. Oh, no. Oh, no. Let's look under juice F. Is there a juice fill type? E. We're reaching into the guts of the disposal here. Nope, there's literally nothing useful there. In that case, what if we do the other one? And it's an arrow indicator indicating that we're trying to refer to something somewhere. I feel like this is going to give me the same problem. Yeah, mouse down has nothing to do with this. I'm looking for constants, but yeah, no, this is going to lead to grief. Some of that stuff has nothing to do with juice at all. Yeah, not great, guys, not great. We can't make this single thing work in any way. This is, nope, that's not, that's an anon. I'm going to try what Game Boy Z suggests. I do not know if there's any, oh, and I can't click on it because you're posting that in chat. I can't interact with chat other than to like ban people or whatever. I'll type it out longhand. Let's see what that gets me. I might be trolled here. This could be a troll. If not, that would be fun. I don't think so, no. I'd have to be selecting it. Let's see if it liked that. Not so much, but then that might or might not be relevant. As I could see needing to specify this, but I do not know if that's real. Nope, you trolled me. Consider me trolled. That didn't exist. Game Boy Z is a bit of a prankster sometimes. Writes things that seem as if they should work, but that doesn't mean that that's real. And in this case, this was not real. I bet I can even write the juice in there. That's going to be a nope. That's going to be a nope. And likewise here, that's going to be a nope. No. Because you made it up, Game Boy Z. Because you made it up. It seemed like something that should work. That's what I run into with you sometimes, is that you're suggesting stuff. It's great when the stuff that's being suggested is actually a thing, but in that case it was a thing that seemed like it should be able to know how to do that, and yet it did not. It needs a fill type, and I don't have a way of doing that. Although there might be ways of arriving at it. Hang on. Bear with me while I put that back. Let's use blue in honor of you trying to do things for me. So does that work? I know it's a kind of object, it's a kind of a thing. Therefore, we can use this as a variable name, meaning it's going to, I don't know how to do anything with the fill type, but that's supposed to be a constructor, a way of making one of these with the parens in here. If we then put f there, that being the fill type that we just created, that's supposed to actually work. Now, then the question becomes, did we actually make it work, or are we still fooling ourselves? We've got a tiled image fill. And that's just copied from elsewhere, so I don't actually need to do this. So it's setting the tiled image fill. Then we do fill all. That's going to make our grass texture. Then we are creating a juice fill type named F. And we're creating it and saying it is equal to this, which is supposedly blue. And then we're setting the fill type, presumably from tiled, to this at an opacity of 1, which should be solid color, and then we're doing fill all. In theory, this should, rather than drawing in red, because it would be background color, rather than drawing in green, which would be the grass background texture, if that fill type stuff worked, it is drawing in solid blue. Let's find out what we got. Hey, look at that. So we have something working. The question is, how much? Can we now set the opacity to be other than 1 and have it still work? If it's the same as with the red, if we set it to 0.1 and it's not able to draw that over a existing tiled image, it will just be a really, 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 really dark blue. Let's find out. Either this is going to be blue tinted grass or it's going to be a really dark blue. I am suspecting that it's going to be stuck at a really dark blue because we have to draw another layer on top of it. Oh! Now we're getting somewhere. Check this out. Now we're getting somewhere. That is a blue tinted grass if ever I saw one. More. Watergrass. This is moving in the right direction at a rapid pace, thankfully. And I'm going to thank you, Game Boy Z, for continuing to struggle with it just as I am. The fact is, the thing that you suggested didn't work, but then eventually we got to something that did. Look at that. We've got a textured color. That's going to work out very nicely. Not only that, but that's going to work out very nicely for the track color stuff, which we haven't actually got up and working yet, but all of this is going in the right direction. Now we can take any texture that we want and throw any tint that we want. This is exactly what I was looking to be able to do. Not only that, I am currently specifying red. So if this works, so find color, background color ID, fill all. It's a bit of a mouthful, this, but I should be able to specify a color in this fill type. And then that would simply work. Not only that, I might just be able to specify that in one chunk. Give me a second while I fuss with this. So host, track, color, find color, background color ID, juice resizable window, blah, 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 blah. Let's assume that we need to take all of this and this is presumably a color, and so would this be. So rather than, we just straight up replace that after I stop overwriting the parenthesis there. Yep, seems to still live. Meaning we can probably also punch it right in here. Now let's see whether we got there. And again, the host color exists. Also, with this stuff, we're kind of checking to see whether there's an image or not. But this is going to need to be edited as well. But we'll build and quickly see whether the change that I just made succeeded. If it did, we now have a red tinted grass instead of a blue tinted grass. I'm not sure if that qualifies. That looks a little like not as red tinted as I would want. Opacity of 0.9. It may be that I can't do this in one go, but I have to declare the little variable to use it. Let's see if that is red tinted grass, because we did successfully get blue tinted grass, so we know it's possible. One thing that is happening is we are eroding the background color, so that's interesting. I didn't honestly expect this outcome. See how it's still green. But, oh, or are we I know what's happening. Hang on. I know exactly what's happening. This is filling everything with background color ID, which is the blur color. We're desaturating this by going with the blur color, which means that if I go to host track color, which we will, oh no, I don't have host track color, do I? This is becoming a little trickier. It's becoming a little trickier. That said, it's doing something. My problem is that I'm not actually reading the color specified there. And since I'm not in Reaper, although I could be, but since I'm not in Reaper, I'm not able to draw upon this. So let's copy that out and see what that does. No, it doesn't like it. Oh, Well, that's interesting, but I can see why. It was still referring to the get, look, and feel stuff. Now, if we do this, I believe it's going to be exactly the same. And I'll tell you why. We're still overriding host track color by the blur color, but I can actually override that too. But before we do, let's just confirm that it's still doing the same thing. Oh, okay, now it's going to stark raven black. Interesting. And that is because we don't have a host track color because we are not in Reaper. So we can do a little experimenting while we're at it. Set opacity 0.3. Now let's see if we can still see that background image or if it's just breaking everything real hardcore or something. Also, let me... Okay, resizable window background ID becomes host track color. If host track color exists, that would be if it's in Reaper. We're also assuming that we don't have an image. So the image is nothing. If there is an image, it's not going to be updating these colors to default color. And we've got an else in here. So I'm going to move that to where I can see it more easily. Because we're going to have an image, so this part up above is never going to execute because we have an image, so we're going to have a blur image. And so this stuff down here, if host track color isn't blank and also the image isn't blank, or no, if the host track isn't blank and the blur image is, but that's not going to be true because the host track color isn't going to be blank when we're in Reaper, but the background is going to exist, and so we're going to go to else because that's an and. The ampersand ampersand is a logical and. Both of those things have to be true. Failing that, it's going to set the color to the host track color for the thumb color ID and the resizable window. That never happens, so instead, resizable window and slider get set to default color, which is the blur color. This is getting more and more complicated. But if we're in Reaper, we do get to actually work with host track color. And we're setting the fill type in. At no point are we actually overriding host track color. So that's going to come in and be a working color that we've used for things before. So what we're looking at should produce in Reaper something where it's going to have our grass background, but it's going to tint everything at 0.3 opacity. It's going to take a little bit longer to load for this, but we're going to, and then that is going to be a black, so that's going to be interesting. Let's find out. It's gain we want. So that is a black tinted, also I'm closing my meter. We can see the slight difference in tint. The meter doesn't have a track color associated with it. I think that is slightly lighter. I'm not entirely sure if that's doing what I think it is, but no matter. And so now we see whether it's tinting things the way I had hoped by bringing it up to here. If it is tinting, I can, I think, option drag it to different places. And we have our tinted texture. And that's not full intensity color. Not only that, it is updating better than it had previously. Like I'm not having to drag it over to get the, oh, let's have it green on green. There we go. That's very vividly green indeed. And I'm going to say that is enough of a proof of concept to suggest that this particular thing can in fact work. I'm going to drag it over to the pale blue, then the dark blue. That all is functional. Back over to nothingness, and it is just sort of, it's opacity against black for that. Then that. Let's see if we can do opacity against white. There's a track that is colored white. Sure enough, you can have a track that's colored white. We can have a track that's colored black, which I think is going to act the same as the custom color or the no color. One way to find out. So this is with no adjustment, but this is with black. Yeah. With the default color, it equates to a tint against black. So, that's probably okay. And then let's drag it over to the blue again. OBS crashed. No, it didn't. It just vanished. Well, let's quit out of Reaper if it's confusing OBS, shall we? Neat. So, here's paint. So probably what we want to do is reimagine this, because we can have our background color ID, but we don't necessarily have to override it with the track color because we're now applying the track color as a fill. That appears to work just fine. In fact, we commented this bit out and it didn't even mind. It was quite happy with it. So, tiled image fill, add another fill, seems to be fine. Hey, Colacorn. Well, thank you. I'm glad that you're liking it. This opacity number is also going to come in as a number. We're going to have to sanity check it. Well, we can have the plugin already match the channel color. That already existed. The idea is not only to be able to have the plugin match the channel color, because we can do that, but it's really aggressive, but also to be able to use the channel color and tint either the background color that we're starting with or a texture that's also been specified. Meaning that you could have your personal texture that you use for whatever, and then have the track color, if present, start overriding it, or potentially not actually do anything. So, here's the sequence of events. This makes our tiled image fill happen. This makes the host track color tinted. So if track color exists, then this is true. And we no longer need to check for whether it's also the blur image exists, because we're now applying track color everywhere we can anyway. That's no longer even a thing. So we can get rid of one layer of parentheses here because we no longer have that extra logic. So now we're just checking for if the host track color is not equal to juice color parenthesis. What this says is if host track color isn't blank, because if we've never assigned it, then it is equal to juice color empty parentheses. It's equal to nothing if we don't actually have a color in there. And it's meant to be that. An interesting side note is that we are not going to be able to override the thumb color ID. And we're not going to be able to override background color ID quite the way that I expected. So this is a thing that may not actually have a place anymore. And I'll tell you why. Because this is the place where we refuse to apply this host track color if it's not actually valid. But we can also do that in another place. Like, if we don't do this here, hang on, did that wrong. See, we've just commented that out. Now, host track color no longer relates to stuff. It only applies if we're actually doing the image fill, and it doesn't apply anywhere else. But we could also put it in here. Now there's one drawback with doing this, which is that it doesn't necessarily exist. And so we need this code from here. 1 minute warning on ads for anybody who is experiencing those. I pay them to not have to deal with that. There. So now it checks to see whether the host track color exists. If it does an additional fill all. What I don't know is whether it can do that over not an image but the background color. And we're no longer updating the background color to qualify for some of these things. So that just made things extra interesting. And we're going to see where this lines up. Like, here's our Airwindows folder. Here we're doing the grass, and we can use Reaper to test this out. But it's going to stop doing everything quite the same way that it was before. Specifically, we're now telling it that the color is red, and we're never actually overriding that, are we? So we have a grass color. We've got a background color that is red. And then we're applying a track color, although this stuff isn't implemented yet, but we're moving towards being able to do these two. And that's what all this stuff did. Then, in theory, it's going to continue to work with the track colors the way that it was before. Indeed, at the same darknesses. Let's resave that so that we don't have to open all of these things. And quick add our gain control, at which point we can see that's what the green looks like when you overlay purple onto it. But you'll notice this is no longer drawing right because we're using the default background for it rather than picking the color that this is from. And that's significant. And then if we option drag this around to some different places, we'll see that same basic deal. It's no longer able to do the particular shadings because all of its shadings are based on the assumption that we're using default color. What's really interesting is why it's not assuming that's red, because I just told it the default color was red. And just for fun, let's drag it over to the red channel. And sure enough, red over green is giving us this ugly brown. But that's what you get when you tint things in a particular way and you have a really strong color like this green to start with. It's just going to dominate very heavily. But it will set off the color of the texture. So now let's close that, open up BBEdit, and tell it to read the wrong file. Go and find GrassX, which doesn't exist. Save. User color is supposed to be red, so in theory it should be either looking for user color now or falling back on the light gray, which is the default. But it's still going to be trying to tint things with the apply track color. And I haven't implemented this yet, but I will. In fact, I could have it set up where you specifically tell it to be 0%, and that's the apply track color. Like, we could just straight up do this, not even have that be a Boolean. And much like my VSTs, I could have that go from 0 to 1. Or you could type in a letter and then it would go from 0 to 26 or some craziness like that. But let's not worry about that right now. So what should be happening now is if I open this up, it won't be able to find that image. So it's going to fall back on the color and it's not going to have blur textures, but it's still going to be trying to tint. But it should be trying to tint off of a user color of red, unless that's failed somehow, in which case it'll try to tint off of the user color of light gray. Let's see whether it goes and finds red or whether it falls back on light gray. I think that's light gray. I think it's not finding the red. That's interesting. And also, if we go to one where there is no color, it's not going to give me the... that's something that I could work on. Or is it? That looks very much like my default gray, like it's tinting, but it's falling back on the default gray. And if I had audio going through here, these would be blinking. Purple? That's a purple tint. So some of this is still working. That is a pale red tint, pale orange, pale yellow, sky blue, the green. All of that stuff over gray is giving me this is what that's indeed supposed to be. The thing is, it's not falling back on the user color that I've specified. Why? Because we're not updating those things anymore. On the bright side, we have now established that it is a, oh, and I see one of the things that's going on is host track color is no longer updating those things, so we're no longer tinting with that stuff. What would happen if we put that back, I wonder? I could simply create a, well, no, I can't, can I? This is using stuff that lives inside Juice Resizable window. I don't actually get to reprogram that. So the way I'm making these tints on the controls, such as they're supposed to go to the right color, and I think I can even show that off. Like, check this out. If I update background color ID, hello, I just spotted something that might be interesting. Let's uncomment this stuff out and let's quit out of Reaper without saving. It's nice how quickly something like that loads up too. There. This is now, oh, and I know why it's not doing those things. It's because I haven't, I'm running meter, but I haven't updated all this stuff over to meter yet. So that's a different set of code. Meter is not tinting anything. This is the one that's tinting things. So let's see what we've got. Because this is what jumped out to me. Set color, host track color, or default color, background color ID. So if we don't have an image, we could have this all set to default color, but what we're doing right now is going to background color ID instead. What if the tint was dependent upon the amount of tint plus this instead? So fill all, but rather than get look and feel find color, let's just fill all with the default color, which I don't believe is being updated, and then tint with it. Now we're updating background color ID, and then if the track color exists, we're straight up overriding it. It just becomes track color, and then we use it for these graphics. But if we're tinting, let's see what we got from doing that. Because I should have just put it back to where it will be trying to blend with a graphic if the graphic exists. But we're now doing a completely different thing regarding the solid colors. Add gain and open it and see what we've got. That is the red that we told it to be. But our tint is very, very purple. It's not red at all. So I might need to come up with a dedicated color for how to make these shadings work. Because like I said, oh, that's not what I wanted at all, is it? Let's cut that. Option drag. There. Now my basic color is just red, and it is in fact drawing the starkest of possible reds because that's what it says to do. But then if I drag it over to blue, it is in fact tinting it with blue. But these are not. These are not being tinted with blue. So that's my next job for sorting this out. Because you should be able to tint things with the track color to the extent that it says to tint them. And I haven't got that stuff up yet, but it's going to be because I know where I'll be using it. I'm going to say let's bounce over to putting some music on and making another cup of coffee because we're really making some progress here. And that's nice. Here's an old track of mine, and we'll fire up the... we're not loading graphics. Let's not have the red. That's obnoxious. Let's have it dark gray and go with that. And plunk it over here somewhere. Set it to, where is that? Oh, we're already in SWB audio capture, so I won't hear it, but you will. I'd like to pipe this straight through to the stream. Put it on the meter, and off I go to make another cup of coffee and the end stretch of the day. Another 4.5 hours or so, and we should really see something happen. time with more in the way of Airwindows Bitey Coffee. So, we'll cut out of there. It is inspired by Electrical Audio Fluffy Coffee. Airwindows Bitey Coffee is, rather than all that foamed milk and stuff, and all that sugar, and all of that attempt to hide what coffee is, it is with the coffee grounds for either a pour-over or an espresso. You include the mixture of maybe a little bit of stevia, because that is a sweetener, but cinnamon and cayenne. Not just cinnamon, also some cayenne. Make it more bitey. And then don't put all of that milk and stuff in, unless you want to, I suppose. Where were we? We were experiencing the challenges of being able to make this work, but it wasn't adapting to the track colors because these tints didn't work. Not only that, those tints are subject to a 45-second warning for people who experience ads. I just pay to not have to deal with that. YouTube Premium. Love it. But the tints can't just go over default color. I've successfully got it working with default color. But default color itself has to be interpolated. So let's jump back in and see where we were at. This is what I've most recently done, as in just a minute ago. If I add again, that is my dark gray, but with an additional purple added to it. And then the knob is being made not starting from the dark gray, but just the raw purple. Similarly, if we option drag this over to a blue, we've got the dark gray with the blue tint, which is exactly what we want. We haven't set up the amount of tintage yet. But this is just raw tint. But if this shading was the raw gray, then that also wouldn't be right. So we have to build in that access to that. And then if I close this and go into BB Edit and change that, stop it from breaking the loading of the file, what's going to happen is now we're loading the file. And the file has a color that's available to it, and the file is also having the tint added. And that is working successfully. Here's purple. But the color is not the color of the blurred image with the additional tint. The color is the raw track color coming through. So now I need to find a way of getting either the background color of the blur sample or the background color of whatever we told it to be, which currently is dark gray, and to use that. And that ought to make that work. And it'll also work in Twisted Wave, but Twisted Wave can't actually load a track color, so it's always going to make that track color be nothing. Move this around like that. Let's invalidate this user image again so that we're trying to call on one that doesn't exist. It could just be blank. But we're probably going to want to make the color be a interpolated width. So let's go find where we're talking about these colors in the first place. I think it's here. I think it's going to be here. So what we're going to do is, rather than use this default color, which is where we start, we have to build in the tint color while still also having this default color as separate from the tint, because we do still need to be able to refer to it. So let's see. I believe that is the case. So now every time we deal with default color, we're also going to assign default tinted, just to make sure that it actually works. Does not look like we do that in Airwindows UI, but we're going to be doing it elsewhere. And in fact, we're immediately taking advantage of it here. So hang on, let's not do that. What were we trying to do? We were trying to do copy and then paste. So we fall back on having this work like the other ones. We fall back on having it be the same thing. The only point where we can start tinting it is if we actually have not only the information of apply track color amount, and that's going to be a whole separate thing because all these are strings, and this is still a string, but well, I suppose it doesn't have to be, but it's still a string and it's going to get converted into a number. So while we're at it, let's add that. What order are these in? Font, color, image, apply color, and LED. It won't matter. I'm just making it match. Font, color, image, apply color. User font, user color, image. Does it literally say the same thing? Yes, it does. Okay, but I don't actually have a new LED, do I? I two times many times. Let's see, new LED. I'm going to make these be in the same order too. Name, color, image, apply, and LED. That's a long name, but it'll work. Name, color, image, apply track color amount, LED. Okay. So we're actually bringing that in. We just aren't doing anything with it. Let's see, where are we at? Where am I even defining these things? They've got to be in here somewhere. Definitely not up here. Where am I getting default color and default tinted anyway? Where am I defining those things? not there. Hang on. I stand corrected. This absolutely is where I'm defining them. So I do need both of those. But I feel like host track color lives elsewhere. Host track color is a whole other thing. So that's not actually being defined there. But the tint amount is going to be defined there. That's global. That can live in Airwindows UI. And so what's the sequence of these things again? Font, color, image, apply, and LED. Well, there's image and LED. Font, I don't have defined here. Trying to figure out where it's working. Why do I care? Why do I even care? Image LED, so image amount LED. That should work. It did. It did. So now we've got that, and we can manipulate this while we are at it. So first of all, same order of operations as the other stuff. Although I have to put it up there, or do I? No, we got these things, so we have a new apply track color amount is this as a string. So this string turned into value, turned into number. What must I do to do that? Well, let's start with the actual string. And then see if there's any handy little things we can do with it. Is empty? No. Append char? No. To string? No. To value would be more useful. Create string from data? No. Formatted? No. Get float value? Okay, that's kind of what we're talking about. We found a thing. Let's see whether the thing does the job. Get float value. I should probably clamp it to reasonable amounts. Or just use math functions to So if that works, it is the new thing. Oh, hello. Oh, there we go. It is the new thing, unless it is larger than 1, in which case fmin says that it is 1. and then the output of that, unless it is less than 0, in which case the fmax says it is 0, or whatever qualifies as more than 0. And that should produce a apply track color that is a working number between 0 and 1, regardless of what garbage it gets to work with. This could save us other troubles elsewhere, which means that we get to apply that immediately. And that's our new opacity. But we're also going to use it to work on our tints. So where do we run into that? If host track color is not equal to blank, then Airwindows look and feel set color. Some of these need to get overridden, but we're not necessarily. Well, no, maybe we are. Okay, so we were successfully overriding it, making like the tints and shadings be extremely vivid and intense. Fill type override, set opacity, starting with default color. So we may not actually need tint color. We might be able to work with this just as it is, because we're not using background color ID for this any longer, nor would we be doing it with this. At this point, we're overriding default colors, so we change that if we have a blurry image. We're able to draw upon the background of the image, but that doesn't necessarily give us these colors correctly. So if host track color, the thumb and the background color ID are part of the window, but they're not part of paint. We always draw with paint and then tint with raw track color. We're trying to match this color. And again, to remind you, it's not working yet, but we might be able to get there through this same technique. So if there's no color, then we just use this direct. And that was working, but this becomes something else. So these are the ones we're actually resetting. Might not even need to use tint color at all. Boy, I guess there's nothing to it but to try it, I guess. Because the problems we're running into are immediately because we have track color. These don't belong as the full intensity. then default color becomes the default tint. Let's jump back and see what happened. Like, we're jumping back and seeing what happened, although we are now able to, this is now a real thing. So I need to set this back down to 0.5 to work with it, because that's now alive. And if we set the user image to be a real thing, we're going to be tinting according to the image. Meaning that what we're looking at is image tint, that's correct. However, this color surrounding it is not actually image tint, but is in fact the raw track color. It's not interpolated at all. And then if we go back to here and make it not be able to read that, and go right back without even relaunching the program, same deal. Now we have it so it is tinting purple off of the dark gray that we have specified, and we can specify anything else and it'll do the same thing. But it's trying to draw this based on the raw track color rather than this color. And I will further demonstrate that by going to a stark blinding white background color. And again, it's tinting off of the stark white color, but this is not. So all in all, very interesting. And we got to get it to where it's doing the right thing. And I feel like we're not using resizable window background color ID or thumb color ID anywhere else. So default color is our bed color. What we're doing with the tinting is find color this interpolated with. So let's grab this out of the middle of this calculation, because this is the thing that we're going to be using. But it's not... oh, hi. What's going on there? Oh, it needs to be find color interpolated with. I was counting the parentheses to get there. So we're going to be working with that. That's not a legit statement, mind you, but it's going to be working with that. So rather than setting background color ID, host track color equals nothing. We don't necessarily have a blur color. That's the oh no, wait, no, we do. We absolutely do, because default color right up here almost immediately becomes the blur color. So we can count on default color being the right thing. So we probably want to work with that. So let's see. We can trust this. This is going to be something that's relevant, either the one that we specify or the one that comes off of the texture. Bitey coffee. So find color starting with, well, no, hang on a second. Hang on a second. Find color is how we get stuff out of the windows and things, but maybe if I just specify another color like that, it'll let me just do interpolated with. or not. I mean, that's possible, not, but... And what would it be interpolated with? I think it would be interpolated with host track color. Not host, though. And the opacity. Copy that. Paste that. And we should be able to set background color ID and some color ID to this conglomeration of stuff. So rather than being host track color directly, it's all this. It's the default color, which we've already got here, but that interpolated with host track color and then the amount of opacity. And that gets applied to these two colors, which we immediately use to do the embossing and the tinting and the shading. And if host track color doesn't exist, well, then we just use default color, which is either going to be the one that we specified or it's going to be the one that is the blur. I think this might be done. We shall see. It's either going to work or it won't. We'll find out. But that's the chain of reasoning around it. And again, it's possible that this only works in Reaper or whatever, wherever it works, wherever Juice is able to load track colors and stuff. But that's the idea, is to, I want it to work in the DAW that I use. Hey. That looks exactly as it's supposed to. I am satisfied with that level of tinting. Let's see what happens when we drag it to something that is not actually a track color. That would be our default, which is white, so let's not have that be. Let's save it from there. And then when I drag it over one more, it'll revert to what the light gray. Very good. Okay, that is clearly, these are LEDs. They will blink, by the way. Where is that? That is one of these. If I play it, you can see they're faintly blinking in red. It's very quiet, but still. These are set to blink, to do a thing. That's why they're drawn in black. It's not a mistake. And then drag it over to a blue. Okay, that is light gray with the blue tint or a red tint. And that's not a very strong red tint. So if we go to extremely strong, apply track color amount 1.0. No, 1000.0, because we should be fixing that as it goes. And there's Console X again. We're not talking about that right now. Option drag over to the brown and then back over to the red, and that is indeed 1000% red, except it's really only 1. And then if we have apply track color amount, if you want that not to be a thing, you set it to 0. Or indeed, let's torture test it by setting it to blank. And then we go back to here. And that is fallen back to the gray tint that we wanted. And for our last magical trick, we put the texture in. There's our texture. And then we start tinting according to the texture. And in theory, this should also look right. So 0.5. Let's leave that tab on there, see what it makes of it. Let's see what it makes of make a value out of that, but it has unexpected white space. Let's see whether it breaks or not. That was simply a mere typo, and yet. Okay. We might be in the zone or perhaps not. I'm not entirely sure of that at this time. I see a reddish tint in there. I see a bluish tint in there. What happens if, okay. If we do this, it seems to be doing a minimalist. Let's go to the purple. This might be the best we can get. Let's fool with it a little bit more. Again, that's not as vivid. Oh, first of all, let's see if the type space broke it. I don't think it would have. The rest of it seems fine. Okay. I feel like this is leaning in the right direction, even if it's not perfect right off. I feel like that purple is not nearly as vivid as it was when I started. Also, since it is purple against green, and that is an extra challenge, if we go to green, oh yeah, okay. So that's a more vivid green than I would have necessarily wanted. It's a more vivid blue. There may be ways of adjusting this. And let's keep fiddling with it. Like if we go to 0.2 apply track color amount, this should be reverting to a dimmer color. So then if I option drag over to here, yeah, I feel like that is not completely out of line with applying a track color. Go to red. It's kind of visible. It's kind of strong. But I don't feel it's as strong as it was when it started. Some blue. No effect. Purple over green. So what happens is maybe the amounts that I'm using are not as what they should be. I could dial that back some, because the amount of color intensity doesn't need to be as strong as that. That, or it's simply not applying it correctly. That's a possibility. Because I'm seeing it's like, oh, I bet I know. Okay, think about this one. Think about this for a second. Let's say I go to 0.8. I'm just doing a few more fiddles with it while I figure out what's going on. No effect. And then that's extremely vivid. That is a very high intensity tint over a texture, and it was already working fine without any. So this only applies to the textures. Then if we go to a very dim one, so check this out. I think I figured it out, and I bet I'm going to be able to make it be fixed. Go with me on this journey. I don't need to hit Command B for that. So we have a background texture. The background texture is having a tint drawn over it. We then have blacks and whites. they are being drawn as a transparent shade over the top of this background texture. And there is a color associated with them because the color is there to apply the tint. However, if we apply the color to those tints, when they're being used as tints, we are drawing the shade over what was already a tinted background color. So we're effectively applying it twice. To make this work, we have to use the color that's being fed into it as the blur texture color, and that's where it's getting its information. But the blur texture color seems to already be applying the color tint that we're using. For instance, that's purple, and then this is red. And if we apply red, we can see that red is getting double applied. It's still fairly faint, but it gets applied with a saturation that's basically twice what it needs to be to match that background. And so what I need to do is find out where it's being applied twice and leave it off for one of them. And I know that I need to apply to the default color because that's how we're getting to some of these things. So let's bail out of here without saving. Leave that as it is and see what we can get to happen, knowing that okay, so Airwindows look and feel default color. So we might even not have to interpolate that at all. What would happen if we didn't have to interpolate that at all? One quick way to find out, check this out. We can comment this whole stuff out and just automatically set all the colors, because we can comment out this logic as well. Having done that, the only thing that's happening is we are always applying default color to these two things. Period. No matter what, it's always going to be used. So we're not going to attempt to interpolate it, and we're always going to use it for these things, but it's going to get updated if there is actually a background image. And let's see, where do we start? There's our fill all, there's our tiled image fill. So the question then becomes, set fill type, set opacity. Fill with default color, then apply again with the track color at this opacity. Okay, so I got to double check all of this stuff again, but I can tell you why. I think I just fixed the graphic, the image version, but I may have well, I don't see how I would have unfixed the, hang on. If it ain't one thing, it's another, as Frank Zappa sang once. We should be back in the zone with lovely. So that's exactly the tinting behavior I want. And if I drag it over to the blue, we have a beautiful blue tinted version of this grass scene, or a brown tinted, or a red tinted, and that's exactly the right shading it's supposed to have. Yellow, it's a very brightly colored image, so there's that. But bottom line is, this is obeying what I needed to do as far as the tinting is concerned. The question is, did it just break it for the other thing? So let's assume we just make it be stark raving red. It's not going to tint very well this way, but that's fine. That is indeed giving me a different look. Red versus blue, and now it's not applying that properly. So we have, in fact, gone to a mistake. We have a small tint to the background, but now that's not getting applied properly. So let's see what we must do to fix that. Maybe we just do it manually? So here's the deal. This now works for the case in which host track color exists and default color is getting set, but yeah, because we're doing this literally every time. Which suggests that we have different logic now. So let's comment this straight out. Well, that's a problem. Let's not comment that straight out. Let's try to figure out what needs to be done without having commented it out, even though it's confusing me. Just set it aside here and sort out what needs to happen, because here's the deal is under some circumstances it's working perfectly and then sometimes it's not. And that's going to have to do more with the image, the blur image or not. So if blur image doesn't exist, this is where we have the solid colors, and the solid colors are where we're having a problem. This is where we have an image. We're doing an image fill, we're tinting it like this, at which point we want to override these. And so that will work under the circumstance of there being an image. We got that working. Now the other part's busted. So what we're going to want to do is override it by applying that, because without this, we're basically just raw track color. So let's see. So if there was no host track color, that's super weird. Interpolated with host track color, Airwindows look and feel, apply track color, which I'm not sure I'm even using for anything. What the actual hell? Oh no, because that is a proportion. Fine. So default color or interpolated with track color. Maybe this is actually going to work here. Reversing everything. So what we're looking at now is the texture stuff was fine. It was working okay like this. We didn't want to double tint it because the background is already being drawn tinted. And so if we add tint to the fitted text and the tinting information in the actual fader in the rotary slider, that didn't work. But then if we didn't have the texture, that's where it was failing. So we tell those colors to be default color interpolated with track color, at which point maybe that's something it's going to be happy with. And we don't override default color because we're leaving that alone and tinting it in the process of the paint, in the process of drawing the background. Let's see if this is the missing link. And then we're going to go back into Twisted Wave and see whether that actually works or not. And after doing that, maybe we're going to make some of those horizontal and vertical sliders work, because that's badly needed. I can't go forward with some of this stuff until I do that. Moment of truth. Hey, we have a vivid red, but is it as vivid as it would be if it was raw? That's a little bit more vivid. Over to the purple. Okay. Hey. Now let's start adjusting the controls, because we are only using that to demonstrate with. This is now light gray tinted, and we'll tint it at 0.25, which is not all that extreme of a tint. And our user image is still busted. Although I have yet to do, there's another experiment I wanted to try, which would be kind of messy, but I'm not really that worried about that. More to be revealed there. Depends on whether I can draw stuff and stretch them. Anyways, save. Go straight back to here without doing anything further and start option dragging around. There is our gray, and all of these are LED faders, so we're not actually seeing the thumb color because all of those are taking a value and using it. There's our blue tint. There's the brown. There's the red. It's not a very strong tint. It shows up better on the light blue, honestly. And I'm going to say that is a pretty good set of tints for what is effectively a very bland light gray tint. You can tell it to be a more intense tint if you want. And then without that, default. So, got there. Trying to give myself little back rubs in the middle of all of this. That's exactly how it's supposed to look. Dark gray and a more intense tint of 0.75. Save that. Next time I move it to something, that is a very strong amount of color because it's a 0.75 over a dark gray tint, which means that the light blue is going to be darkened. And that is exactly how it is. So if we don't have as strong of a color, like not 0.55, but 0.5, there's our dark gray, and it is a much more striking effect, and this is its natural color. So you get to make it a lot brighter when overlaying colors over it, or even darker. But that's a way of moderating the intensity of how brightly these tracks are colored with the track color. And then if we jump back in here, Twisted Wave should still work, even though, oh, that's not the right thing. We're going to use the actual plugin we're working on. So there's our dark gray. In this, that's interesting. Why are we not seeing, oh. Because for this one, it's not turning those LEDs on until they're in use. That's interesting. I wonder, oh, I bet I know why. I think Reaper turned those on immediately because it just started running audio through the plugin immediately, whereas for this one, it doesn't run audio instantly. But here is our dark gray. Let's see which of these things applies to this. I don't think any of them will. Here is grass in architectures, but we do not have a track color, so we're not going to have apply track color amount. Let's see what it does when you tell it to apply lots of track color and there isn't one. Save, and sure is a lot of intense track color there, although it does not shade darker very well under this, does it? But that sure is intense. That's also probably why that lit up in the way that it did. I do still see some shading on there, so that's fine. And then if I go back to here and tell it to do like full track color intensity, even though there isn't going to be one. Let's see what happens, whether it's still doing predictable things. It's still doing predictable things. Cool. And finally, let's put that charred timber look back. Oh. We were playing before with a look to the thing, which was kind of neat. I'm thrilled that I've got the apply track color amount working. That seems nice. all I gotta do is open up Gain and boom. And there is our far too cool for school super dark theme, which is now tintable according to Reaper or anybody else's track colors. I'm given to understand this maybe works in live too. Anything else I would say, like, get them to work better with Juice and send a track color in a consistent way. But this is the charred timber look. Let's look at some of these textures while we're at it. Like, that's very dark. Oh, shall we try walnut? Let's see what that looks like. Not so worried about tinting it, but let's just see what it looks like. Again, don't even have to change the plugin, reload the plugin or anything like that. I'll try that in a moment. I will happily try that in a moment. Here's our walnut look. I think that's rather nice. Again, to fuss with the actual texture here, you have to adjust the actual texture. It's not really redrawing, it's just doing a high resolution illustration of that. So subtle stuff is going to be your friend there. But it's going to draw the stuff over it as well as it can. Now, a request for white marble. First, let's go and find it and copy it over. Let's see, where would that have been? You must have spotted it somewhere. Or maybe you just said that. I don't know. So stainless, limestone crazy paving. I might not have white marble. I might have just been assuming that that was a real request because I assumed you would have seen it in here, but maybe you didn't. Let's see if I've even got white marble in here. Got a bunch of cool looking graphics for what that's worth. We could do a leather bound. There's granite, concrete, ashlar. The unusually textured ones. That looks a little bit like white marble, but it's actually limestone, so I'm not going to count it. And then honestly, this maybe even looks more like white marble than marble would. I'm not entirely sure. I'd kind of like to try this. It's a very intense cinder block texture, but it's a gray. Yeah, it turns out I didn't have a white marble downloaded. Okay, that's surprisingly readable. It may be distressing the fact that the graphics don't rotate under it. When the look of the texture is so vivid, you expect it to also rotate, which it is not going to. But that actually looks pretty. That works surprisingly well. Like, you can really see stuff against it. As they get smaller, you do start losing them. As they get bigger, it's easier to see. What did I want to have a look at? That is a gray leather. Let's see how that one works. I remember being like, I bet this would be cool when I downloaded that. Let's see how that one works. Because this is the kind of thing where you should be able to pick like your texture and so on. The thing I am really thinking about, however, is being able to specify custom textures for each plugin type. That, I think, is an interesting prospect. So that's going to be the next thing to try. Let's save that and then see what that looks like. But then we're going to start fooling around with the, that's a slightly aggressive texture, but it's okay. It's like if you had a special texture for the knobs, which you can't because they're not actually solid, they're transparent. But if you had a special texture for the knobs, that would be kind of okay. The background is very vivid. And then if we hit play, blue LEDs this time. Alrighty. So here's our globals. We're going to start looking for special params that may or may not exist, like this. Now we're not going to be able to test that one, but what we can do, let's see whether we can do a thing. Back to Finder enough to just, let's go back to something we're used to, like this grass texture. So when I apply this, what's going to happen is we're going to do one texture, but that if I'm able to code it so that it knows what the name of the plugin is and checks to see if there is a file that matches the name of that plugin with image added to it, then it loads that one instead. That seems like it could be abused in a glorious way. You might need to not resize the plugin the way that I've got it set up, but who can say whether maybe there's a way around that as well. Point being, we just added another parameter, and we have another thing to check for. If we successfully do this, we will open up a different texture, meaning that you could build your own texture in a text editor or provide people skins for their own plugins with it all decorated up any way you wanted, including drawing colors for the knobs. So that'd be weird. And I may experiment with exactly this based on, I guess, how today's work goes. Because it would be a question of whether you could line it up appropriately. But that's going to be for the Airwindows hackers, any of whom exist and want to do this, because this is not going to be stuff I ship with it. This is stuff that I open up to the world for people wanting to do crazy things with images. So let's see about Firstly, let's save that. Secondly, we should have put this back to grass. Yep. And then quit out of here, because now we've got to do a little more. And we've successfully solved this part. Oops. One too many. There we are. There's our paint. There's our colors, including drawing the background appropriately. That's how it's meant to be. If you have a blur, apparently we have, it worked. What we've got here did actually work, and so we're going to settle for that for now. I believe I got it to where it worked. I also believe I have a superfluous color sitting around now. Default tinted is never used. So now we find out whether I'm using it elsewhere. Let's find out. Let's build and see if it screams and dies. This is where I should have deleted it. Now it really will blow up if I didn't use it successfully, but it looking, yeah, we're good, we're good. We're good, we're good, we're good, we're good, we're good. So, we are now looking for tag names of, and I don't even have to have it be param tag. It could be anything I want. I don't have to have it say param. Maybe that's not what I want it to say. What would be nice? This is a fine place to change it. I could have the tag name be option. So here's where you'd be adding more and more of these so that your XML would fill in all of the custom things that you wanted, and they would still be tintable on an individual level with the apply track color amount, or not, if you chose not. Or you could have some of them go to blank and have only some of them be the images. But firstly, let's see if we can make it pick between these two things. Because here's the thing. We got to make this one be more complicated now. So let's start by copying it. I'll get this sorted out. Bear with me and I'll get there. That's not how to do it, but that's good enough. Alrighty. So what's going on is we keep loading new image, right? Here's where we get it. That's the file we're going to load, but here's where we pick between the two things. So if attribute value as string, now if we do this, and we have this, what it's going to do is go, oh, I found a ID with just image here, and so we're going to use the value that's associated with it. Get string attribute value. And then it's not going to look for when it says gain image or user image. Hang on, I just did that wrong. This is the way. So if it says this, it's going to find image. And if it can't find image, well, hang on a second. So here's where I try to figure out how to make this work. What we want is if it finds this one, because we're going to build in a check for the name of the plugin itself. And then that can be my default stuff, meaning that any new plugin that I make will automatically come with the ability for you to be able to make a skin for it. That said, if we do this, what it's doing is it's cycling through each of these IDs and asking, is this actually, does this exist? So we need to scan through each of these, looking for whether it's the name of the plugin, or in this case, it's simply the name of image itself, right? Buddy coffee. If it finds that, it's going to use this one, which is currently Leather 1969 and architecture is JPEG. That part's fine as far as it goes. We can probably even assume we're going to hit this first because we're checking for that first, and only if we fail to find it do we check for... Well, here's the problem, is that it's working like... We need to make it so that if this has already been placed, already been made, then we will go with the one associated with the name of the plugin over the one that is the default. So I don't think our else is actually going to help. It's going to be other logic we need for that. So I feel like we're going to be running into these attributes in any order. So new image is the thing that we need to fill. And if it equals juice string empty string, which it's being created immediately as empty string, it's going to start out as empty string. We're going to be going through these tags and we don't know what order we're going through them. We can't just assume that it's just going through in the order in the file. So this is just me checking to see whether there's a good way to tell if it exists or not. And I do not think that that will. New image. bear with me and we'll get there. Okay, so now if it is equal to user image and we don't already have a image assigned, then it will assign it to whatever is in user image. That's our default. That's our default image. But what we're looking for is ways to do custom ones. And so I'm looking for the plugin's name and whether or not we've assigned new image to be anything, whether it's empty or whether it's already been assigned to what's under user image. When it's just the overall one, we need to override that, and that should be what's already happening here. So we should be in the zone. So what's going to go on at the moment is this. Let's see. Save that. Build it. This part will work just fine in Twisted Wave, so I don't need to worry about that. And we're going to have two different possibilities, and it should load as... Oh, it's loading as the grass. Interesting. Well, have I saved this? So we're loading user image. We're able to load that. We're also checking for this, but I don't think it's actually keeping it. So now I think I've told it to check for that and override anything else. Nice. Okay, got there. I think I forgot to hit save in BB Edit. But what happens if I relaunch? Did it need to do that just because I opened it twice? If I open it now, is it going to go to the leather or is it going to go to the grass? It's going to go to the leather. Cool. All that happened was I forgot to save the text file. And so while I hadn't saved the text file, it wasn't giving me that. We're going to get into something else soon, but first, we're going to look for where do I find the plugin name? See, we ended up being able to solve this one. And again, with the looking into things and trying to find them, this is probably going to be a world of unhelpful, but I'm basically just looking for the product name that the plugin thinks it is. In this case, it is going to be gain. Name, descriptive name, it's going to be evaluated as case insensitive. So there's that. And as usual with this stuff, I don't get any example of how it's actually used, typically. But we are getting a string. So member function, plugin description, class, include plugin description H. I don't know whether it's going to have that built in. And name. So, yeah. I think that's going to be very unhelpful, but that's fine. Let's see whether we can even find it. Oh, hi. Can we refer to this directly? That'd be nice. Seems to be... Oh, that is changing color. That suggests that this is something, that it knows what it is. Presumably it is a string of some kind. Let's see where we can get with this. Firstly, does that even work? Const char 5 and const char 6. So we can't actually do plus. But we maybe, if those are both where it's, and you can't see it, but I'll scroll so that you can. See this error message? It says invalid operands to binary expression const char 5 and const char 6. Now that's being a little confusing because what we've got there implies one of those is, that strongly suggests that these are both the same kind of thing. This is the equivalent of quote, letters, end quote. Meaning I could have just plugin name sitting in there and it would do the same job as where it says image. If I do that, it'll probably load the thing. And if it's const char 5 and const char 6, well, image might actually be the char 6 because it's 5 letters and then end a string. That might count as a character. So plugin name would be 4 letters. And what's the name of this plugin? Gain. So there's one way that I can test that. Actually, let me check this out. I'm going to do a little experiment because it's throwing that error. Const char 6 and const char 11. User color is going to be 11. So it's 10 letters. And in this case, this is meter. Meter has 5 letters, so 5 letters plus the end of line character would be 6. So I would say that this is evidence that I can use that. I just don't know quite how to sum it yet. And we'll be pasting that in momentarily. But for now, I can in fact use this. And that is going to count as the plugin name. Meaning that if I then edit this, if the ID matches the plugin, you get to fill in a JPEG. Or do whatever, I suppose. I'm not sure if I'll find out. If it's not a valid one, does it like load in the basic thing? What I'd like to do is not have it equate to just that, but add image on the end, just cause then I could also do like gain color. You could have them be color coded rather than, but then, because it would work the same way, right? I'd like to do that. Depends upon whether I can concatenate these things in a sensible way. However, that doesn't work for text editors, but that does work for this. I'll build a new one. We'll load it up, and we've now told the text editor that we're looking for a plugin named Gaijin. And also we don't have a default user image. So, leather texture for the plugin named Gaijin, otherwise nothing. And we're going to do this because it's all still going to work with also tinting colors of track colors on anything that does track colors, but in the absence of that. Also, I'm not doing apply track name, am I? I could. We're defaulting to apply the track name, but that's probably fine. Not as worried about that. Anyways, so param gain. Here's our default dark gray. And this says just test plugin, but that's just text. The name of the plugin is gain. You can see it here in the top of the window. So then, if we update this part to say gain and save that, without even loading anything else, without even relaunching the program, boom. And what that suggests, let's see if this works. This is going to be interesting. We're going to do a quick little, let's try to line that up accurately. Let's just copy this window, shall we? And without even quitting the program, we're going to get funky. There's our screenshot. I'm fairly comfortable with I'm renaming. You can pick any name, you just use it. And let's fire up Clip Studio Paint. I live in fear of this one going full subscription only and not letting me work with it properly. But here we have a png, and we're going to get a little funky with it. That didn't do anything. Oh, I know what happened. In Clip Studio Paint, you must multiply click in order to make these work. Then I can use the arrows to move them around and click on that. And assuming we're not moving anything around, those are also going to be in the same place. So let's zoom in a little bit and use an eraser to clear that out as well. Except for we need to get rid of the selection and then it'll be fine. You will see what I'm up to fairly quickly, I think. If this works. I needn't worry about doing it in too tidy of a way because this is a quick hack. make that be bigger. And just get funky. We'll angle it. Say that's okay. Go back here and let's make a fake knob. What have we got that would be good for that? I don't know. Well, let's open up something else. How about? Here's our documents folder. There's Airwindows inside that. It's the color, but I don't like it. How about the stainless steel is also a little bit low detail there. Anyways, I'm kind of more favoring something more dramatic. I'm just wondering what I've got that looks appropriate. Oh, that could be fun. Let's use that. Oh, I don't even have it selected. I've just selected stuff in my Finder. That's not what I wanted to do at all. Back over to here, where we paste this in, but let's paste it in under that. And then move it to where it's showing through like this. This is going to be completely opaque, so that's not a concern. All in all, it would be better to design this better, but for the time being, I'm just going to leave it. And it's going to be drawing the words over on top of everything. So maybe that's a good idea to, don't care, not enough of a problem. And let's flatten the image if it lets us. Let's see if it lets us. Can you do that thing? Let's see. And there we are. And can we save it as ping? I think we just did. Hang on. Well, this is the one that we're working on. So let's see if we open it in the Finder, does it show the changes? It does. I can just quit out of here and it'll be fine. Cool. That's exactly what I'm doing. I'm going to quit out of here, and the changes have to do with stuff that it thinks can go into the Clip Studio Paint file format. Now watch this. Gain image PNG. Gain gives you gain image PNG. We'll drag that out of the way as well. We'll save without even closing anything, folks. How's that? How's that for ability to skin your plugins? 3 knobs, each of which have different colors. That's what you can do. Which also means you can make them rotatable knobs just by having less texture on them. Like we can have them be a metallic look or whatever. I could do wood grain and then have them be the stainless steel look, and they'll do a very nice job of that. But this is where you can go with this stuff. And then the thing that I was thinking about is there's one small problem with that, and it's this. We've got that set up to work only at the original size. So I would need to make the background scale in order to do this, but might just be possible. So let's see if we can have two different scaling behaviors for the same one. And we'll quit out of here for starters. Technically, next time we launch that, since I did that on the default size, it's going to immediately look great again because I didn't rescale it. But then the next thing to do is to see whether I can't make it scale differently. And I would really like to see that let's see if we can do something else, okay? Named image, but this does not end up being a default empty string. This will start as but that's a string. So can I add something to that? Well, it's a juice string, so can I append to it? Here's some things we can do with it. Append. So we do that in place. All we got to do, since we have a named string, is, in fact, we may not even need to define that there. Maybe I can just do it in place. Yeah, I bet I can. So image. Max cars to take. I might end up having to look for examples of how this works. I'm a little concerned. Can you do it without that? Expected expression, A. How about there? Are you able to do that? 2 free arguments, it does need more. So max cares to take A. That's probably a sanity check. As such, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Let's see if we can give it integer numbers. So for starters, let's see if it blows up. If we tell it, yeah, the max amount of additional characters that you can make are thousands upon thousands. We're probably still in trouble if it works poorly, but that said, that may just work. And it is at least restricting it in some way. So then we take that away entirely. Instead of doing this, hang on. That's no good. No bueno. That's no bueno. Now what do we got? Okay. Here's your problem. So we can make the string, we can append image to it. We can't actually use Juice plugin named direct, so we do need to make a string for that purpose. So if named image, then we use the image that we just created. If user image and we don't already have one, and that could happen after we hit that, but it's checking to see whether it's blank or not. And that can happen before. This should still work. I wonder whether I should also try to do named color while I'm at it. And this is all me doing all of this stuff rather than working on the horizontal and vertical sliders I really need. But you know how that rolls. Like, I get caught up in stuff like this and it's too much fun. One thing about it, I am definitely undertaking wild and crazy stunts. So let's see in what places, because this part's working. In what places are we dealing with the background image and tiling it? It's not up here. Blur image. I think this may cause us to draw it in default color for starters first, and then, only then, does it generate the blur image, at which point it starts using it. Not really sure. So these are our colors, and so this is the place where we set the tiled image fill. It's there. So this is also where we would be setting something else if we have it. So just for starters, since I would like to have what other options have we got? So if we weren't doing tiled image fill, but instead we were doing something else, and then fill all. Do we have ordinary image fill? Tiled image fill is fine as far as it goes, but can we just do a because what I'm shooting for is to what extent can I start stretching this around? If it is not tiled and is supposed to actually sit and be dynamically changeable, what's that going to take? I bet that's a Game Boy Z type of thing. Make up the word you think is going to help. And it turns out, no, it does not. So let's do a little web searching for what we've got that's working, and the docs are not going to be any help as usual. Yeah, I'm not surprised that even back in 2009, it's not in the manual and you can't actually find it. But rather than dealing with all of this, I think we're going to be doing a draw image or something. So I'm going to be looking for something like this. And image background, so G draw image at probably still exists. Fill all, not likely to matter, but some of this will. So let's see if we can make any of this do anything. Draw image at. Gonna want this one and these because we're gonna draw it at 0, 0. And let's see whether it knows what this is. I think it does. So in that case, we've now replaced that with drawing a single image, but I don't know whether it's going to stretch. There's one way to find out. Also, since I was able to do that, we can look into what that tells you. So there we go. Sure enough, that will probably do it. The question becomes, do we want one of these? Okay, so transform is going to be like scaling and reshaping and stuff. This, on the other hand, might very well be a lot more like what I had in mind. That said, that's a little concerning that it wants a rectangle placement. But this may very well be the way that I get a resizable. So let's see. So we're not even going to be doing a fill all in that case. We're straight up just drawing an image and seeing what it does. Because it might not work. It might not do the thing. But this is a start. So we know we can do that. We know those are going to be 0. Our defaults are 512 by 512, so we'll start with that, but that's not going to be and then this has to be something, but we don't know what. We have to find somebody talking about it to get a sensible answer. We have to find somebody using that in their code. And we're not going to find it on the Juice forum. Although maybe we will, but never in the actual Juice documentation because it will never tell me what that actually is supposed to be. Which is maddening, but there you go. I don't know why people do these things. Rectangle placement. Placement within target. So it creates a rectangle placement object. Alrighty then. Okay, look at this. This tells me what this is. I think I can make this up and use a literal number. This is going to become a number because it's flags. So it's an enum. It's like a bitwise binary thing. That said, it's going to be a little bit of a pain in the butt. But that's what this is. This is using Booleans. So left, right, mid, top, bottom. No, X left, X right, X mid, Y top, Y bottom, Y mid. So you're looking for very specific numbers here. And then these are other flags for what you can do with it. Neither of those are going to be set. It does make me wonder what will happen if I just straight up do no flag set, 0. Let's find out. If that works, then maybe we're done, except for we still need these to be resizable. So let's see, G, graphics. I'm looking for widths and heights. Get. G for get. Not as simple as that. I know I've got like get width and stuff in here somewhere. Okay, get local bounds. This is what I wanted. This will give me the numbers. So draw image within, get local bounds. And I'm pretty sure I do width first and then height. So we paint this within these bounds always. And we're going to do our level best with that. And then we're not going to do draw image at. All right, we're still trying to draw that, and so let's see how well we did. Remembering, of course, that this is subject to only if we have such a image to work with. Alrighty, that did not actually draw me the image. And I think I know why. I think I need to update this. Yeah. So we had just fixed another problem too. We successfully are now making it be plugin name plus image, and we're looking for that. It's no longer the case here, and so we're looking for gain image, but the ID also needs to be gain image. And in doing that, that's how you look up what the name of the plugin's skin is. If you use just user image, it will not resize. It will be the background texture at the native screen resolution. And so you should pick a texture that works with that. But if you use one with the name of the plugin, that one resizes. Meaning that if you resize it to be big, maybe it looks ugly. Who can say? You're limited to how good you can make that look, but everything is a compromise. Let's save that. And then jump back into here and see if we can get our thing to appear as it is supposed to do. Boom. I see a problem already. not? Oh, no, you can't, can you? Look at that. Oh, that's unfixable. That's unfixable. So that's interesting. I just figured out something important about this. There is a fatal flaw with the idea of using that, and so it should not be used unless you're willing to leave it sitting in exactly the same size it is when it starts, which is not necessarily a wrong thing. I can allow all of these things to be the case and just have people learn to use them in the way that gives them pleasure. In particular, I don't have to have this rescale, but what I can't do is rescale it. I wonder whether I can come up with a way of approximating it. Like, look closely at what this looks like. The size of my letters and the size of my knobs are nonlinear. They're all interacting in such a way where I cannot ever actually do it the way that I suggested that I would, because the active parts of the knobs that are being drawn on top of everything don't go along with the fixed bitmap graphics. For instance, you get down to the original size, and it's a very close match. And let's assume that it doesn't change dimensions like that. If we go to a micro size, the words are now larger than they were on the backdrop, and these tiny knobs are smaller than they are in the backdrop. You see that? It's a little hard to see. So the big knob is matching in size. The tiny knob isn't. And then we go back up to about the original size. And then as we go large, the opposite. Also, there's these big black borders around because it is not a fixed. I'm not going to run it in such a way that it is a fixed size resize. I suppose I could try for people who are using that. Maybe that's worth trying. Maybe I'll, but then see, there's still a problem. It's drawing the letters in different sizes because as you scale up, it's no longer just scaling it up linearly. These words are not as big as they would be if we just scaled it up linearly. And these knobs are not as big as they would be if you just scaled it up. No, these knobs are bigger than they would be if you scaled it up linearly. That's quite something. That's really got me an interesting result. Okay, so also I feel like I have it cropping off the I'm supposed to be able to draw text at the top of the screen, but it's gone wrong. It's gone wrong somehow. See, that's cropped right off the top of the edge. So yeah, this is revealing some interesting problems. Interesting problems indeed. 1 minute warning on ads for people who experience those. Oh, wait. So now we have using named image equals false. And named image is doing that. So if the value equals ignored case and new image equals using named image, hang on, I'm in the wrong place. What am I even doing? What am I doing? Like this. So if we have that showing up, then we know we're going to be trying to do a resizable image. Therefore, what I'm going to do is step away from the wildly readjustable and try going for something else, because I know that I have somebody who is trying to do a skin for the plugin, meaning that they're going to be working within the default. Because remember, one of the things I want to do with this is make it reflow for wildly varying sizes. I want it to be possible for it to be incredibly vertical, incredibly horizontal. There will be a basic shape which will start out roughly squarish. And the idea of doing skins for it is going to be doing skins based on its startup, whereas the reflow stuff is only going to be available if you don't supply a background image that's trying to do the thing that I was just demonstrating. So if we are doing a named image, using named image becomes true, it starts out defaulting to false. I'm going to make people make their own graphics if they want to do that with it. You can probably do fairly decent faux imitation wooden paneled synthesizers or whatever. Have fun with that. But so here's where we're getting into this. That said, the constrainer stuff can be real toxic. But, this is where it comes into its own. Nope, that's literally not the thing I want. Let's go back. I forgot what I was doing already. Getting ahead of myself. If using named image only if we're doing this do we start dealing with this. And I'll tell you why. Because it breaks. Wait, come on. Seriously? Alrighty then, that's part of Airwindows look and feel. There we go. And resize limits can still be pretty darn flexible. And I'll show you why this is a bad idea, but then people will live with the problems because that's the only way they'll be able to use things as they stand. I think that's going to be legit. Setting them at all is maybe a mistake, but I know that incurring this is going to start becoming a problem. So let's see where our behaviors lie here. Come on, select. Please let me select. There we go. Moop. That has probably done it. I think, oh, I missed a trick. This is something that I just literally forgot just a moment ago, and I have to remember it again, twice. Bip. Bop. So if you're using a named image, it draws the image just like this. And it seems as if that rectangle box thing, 0 does turn out to be correct flags. Because we're not trying to do anything interesting with it at all. As long as it draws it in the right place, I'm satisfied. Failing that, image fill. Tiled image fill. And then fill all. Okay. Hey, beans, beef, broccoli. Oh my God, the number of people on the stream is just evaporated. That's okay. It's the end of the afternoon. People are going to do what they're going to do. Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to see whether this resize works the way it's meant to. And the answer is as close as it can. So if you're going to do this, then know that you probably don't want to be resizing too much. But I'm going to let people resize and just deal with it. You can't have a fixed size and scale this way because my stuff doesn't actually cooperate with that. But what you can do is skin it in that way, instantiate them, and then just don't do anything. Like resizing is for when you can resize it properly. And I will let you resize it a little bit, but it's never going to line up as perfectly as it did when it had just started up. So this is just for you to get a look at it, I suppose. But understand that it's going to fight you a little bit because this does not do resizing in a purely linear way, nor should it. It's not supposed to. So yeah, make skins and then don't use the resize, which exists, like it's there. But you don't have to use it if it's skins you want. And we're not going to do any of this because that stuff is purely about manipulating the tilt stuff, which is going to be another story entirely. But yeah, this will now become an option for every single plugin to have its own custom interface as long as you're not particularly worried about resizing it. Because the custom interfaces will be loaded in such a way that you can highlight the knobs and draw pretty things on those and arrows that point to the knobs or whatever. It just isn't going to line up as perfectly as you might like. And then if you don't want to do that, you can not use that part of it, and then everything's going to work differently. Why am I hitting Command B in a text editor, I ask you? See, we just changed it so that it is no longer associating that with that particular plugin, so it's loading it up, but now it's loading it up in fully resizable form, where you really want to just pull a background texture and use that. And when you do that, you have infinite flexibility for everything that you might wish to do. And it's really better suited to not trying to get this kind of fancy with it. Instead, you're going to want to do something like, what was I using? Let's go and grab this like limestone hexagonal. There we go. And it is a JPEG with an E. So yeah, if you want to do that kind of stuff, rather than trying to fill in the colors, then you want to use the design as it exists, and this can be tinted. I do not know whether, I should find out whether the custom look can be tinted. That might be rather nifty. But yeah, you get to use this if you want, and it will scale to any resizing or reshaping. And you want to pick a nice texture that works for it, and then you can use this texture to decorate literally all of your Airwindows plugins, and it will use those unless otherwise specified. And then if you tell it to do a particular plugin, that's going to assume that you want to rescale the thing. And also, if you are doing the fully resizable thing, which will also be able to reflow, and I could probably fiddle with that a little bit. Then the reflow ability will dynamically adapt to that. But then as soon as you put the this back, even if it's only a similar take, so now we've done this. Now we're using this image, but it's going to scale. But I don't know whether it fills the entire image. So we're going to find out without restarting Twisted Wave. And again, here's one of your problems with trying to use juice and doing this rescaly stuff. I am not using the juice resize. I'm using the external window resize, and it is not honoring the aspect ratio stuff. And if I do the juice resize, it does honor the aspect ratio stuff, but it kind of snaps roughly back. So there's a thing. So yeah, you don't have to make it relate to the underlying thing. In fact, maybe it's better if you don't, or if you keep it fairly loosely aligned. I think the idea is that it would be possible to do something at the default size and have it do a bunch of custom coloring and making the knobs be pretend knobs off of the background and having that resize. But again, if we are resizing it using the juice resize thing in here, it'll honor the aspect ratios. If you're using the window, for instance in Twisted Wave, it lets you use this window resize. You break it. And it's dealing with it okay like this, except for that width of that meter. But then you do this and everything goes crazy, and there's nothing I can do about it. Not a thing I can do about that. And then there's an even worse problem. If I resize it wrongly enough, and then hit the juice resize thing, I've seen it draw in such a way that it breaks the layout of the controls so that they're off the top of the screen and you can't get them back. And that is very no bueno. That is bad behavior. So there's that. That's a challenge. But yeah, these things, everything is a challenge in its own way. And I think that's a good enough, I wanted to say average, but average is not the correct word. I think this is a good enough accommodation for all the different ways I'd like to see this used. That if you specify a custom color for just only this one kind of plugin, and we're not talking track names, and we still need to load this up in Reaper and see what it does there, but we're talking just as the individual plugin. If you make a graphics file called plugin image and build it based on what you see when you just do a screenshot of that plugin as it exists, I think that'll work in, it's working okay in the current setup. Then you can do one where you really skin it up. Just skin it like crazy and do all manner of stuff and try to make the knobs look as if they're a different material from the background and all of that. And that should work pretty well to the extent that you're using the original plugin at its original size. It should end up looking perfect. So if you're content with that, then you're good. If you start resizing it aggressively, you run into all of the problems I ran into. And so I'm going to suggest to people like, hey, don't do that. Or if you do, then keep it somewhat minimal. Like this is a slightly resized version. And I'm using only that resize part. And it's behaving itself fairly well. Fairly well. So that's doable. But then if you want to get a little bit more funky, maybe don't have the one named after the plugin itself. We'll resave that. And then you still have the ability to do any background, or indeed no background. That is such an ugly thing that I think I'm going to just pick something else. Let's pick this stainless steel texture. There we go. But yeah, Airwindows globals will grow to become very useful if this works well. I feel like that's a thing that people could get a lot of fun out of. Because like I said, and we're going to be testing this out in Reaper momentarily to see just how well everything works together. Let me save that. And close it and reopen it with our new stainless steel texture. There we go. See, that's a texture that will work well on the knobs. If you wanted to take a wood grain and then just sort of screenshot it and then replace these areas with exactly the stainless steel texture on the knobs and then the wood grain on the background, you could totally make that work. And it would be very, very legit, I think. Although I'm not sure to what extent it would start interfering with the tinting might go a little bit wood grain color in the shading. But it's like, that's fine. You do what you can. And again, if you do it without the named image, forcing it to be, and we can do this with all of them, mind you, but if you do it without the named image, you have full flexibility for resizing and reflowing the controls. And I'm going to be coding a way to make it so that it'll do all of that stuff. It'll draw all the words so that you can read it as well as you can, resize it and rescale it, make them be accessible or as accessible as they can be. Kind of like this. If you want a microscopic one, well, here's your controls, and then as you play it, everything functions at once at microscopic size. Because this is the Airwindows resize and rescale with full flexibility to go as hog wild as you can possibly imagine. It's even drawing techniques in. Every plugin gets one style. Let's quit out of there and fire up Reaper again to see what it does. So this is going to be our resizable. And rescalable. It's already playing, so it's made all of these go black because they are indicating information inside. That's the amount of tint that we have going on. We're naming it the name of the track. And if we scooch it over here, that is our gray, which is actually stainless. Or indeed a blue, which is actually stainless, or a yellow, which is actually stainless. All well and good. But then, having closed that window, we'll turn on the gain image and set it to gain image PNG, which is what I called the revised version. And that now correlates to the name of this plugin. This plugin is called Gain. And so now we do this. And if I hit save and open that interface again, looks like we have our more words and stuff, but we're tinting everything with a fairly strong tint. So let's go back in and change that, shall we? Let's not even bother closing the window. Let's assume that we like our look so much that we only want the most subtle tints imaginable. So there we are. And if we go back to here and move it to another channel, it'll now use the new info. And so it's drawing track 9 over what was the screenshot. You wouldn't want to include the labels on everything. And it's also rescaling that, so I have to touch it to make it be different. Apparently in Reaper, it's handling the rescaling better than Twisted Wave did, which is good. I like the fact that there's that. Like, it's doing a much better job of, see, there's the minimum. It's doing a much better job of sticking to a permissible rescale size and not having the window distort everything horribly. You'll note that the knobs and the background are still not lining up perfectly because of the reason that I told you, that with the full resize and reflow, these are not linear. These are not linear control adjustments, and so you got to go with a, let's see if we can still do this in Reaper. If I open it to that big and I close it and then I open it again, okay, good. So the first time you open it, you're going to go to the default, and so if you do the skinning it with an image, it will go to the correct image size every time. So that opens it up. You don't want the text. You want to have it draw its own text because it's going to be a different track each time. Like, see here where it says track 9? And if I drag it over to here, we've got a faint tint of red on it, and it says track 12 over where it says the other stuff. Then faint tint of green, because I told it to be a faint tint of green, which will be the same for whichever way I use it. Oh, undo that. Faint tint of blue, and back to our default color without any tinting being applied at all, because these are basic tracks that are not actually, they don't have a track color assigned to them. And the way of shutting off the track color if you never wanted to apply, even if you're using track coloring, is to set the amount, apply track color amount to 0 rather than like 0.1. Also, I'm pretty sure if we go bonkers with it, it will become extremely aggressive. So let's find that out. Save, and it'll work immediately. I don't have to wait on it. Yeah, if you apply a track color of 100%, it completely overwhelms anything that you had with the color. So that's what you get if you have the track color fully cranked, is you needn't even bother with the texture. That said, fully cranked, that's pretty intense. It is pretty vivid. That said, if you do have the texture applied, it's going to still be trying to use it. It's not going to reflow for you. I think everything is working exactly as designed. I'm pleased with how that went. So let's leave this in here, but make it be a abstraction that will never be experienced. So that tells the story. I wonder if you can put comments in XML. I don't know if that's a thing. But yeah, we're getting there. We are getting to stuff that's actually kind of working well. And then garbage values here just return nothing, meaning that it disables itself. I don't know either. Tiling. So yeah. This is all functioning. Still have yet to be able to share it with people, but then that's going to be another story. Let's peek in on whether anything's happening on the Discord server. I know I can look into the surge thing, and yep. So I'm going to respond to Paul on this. Yeah, so and let's have a peek to see if Sudara is up to anything. That's fine. Okay, so I don't think anything is interesting on there. This is going quite well. Let's dial everything back to as released. Why do I keep hitting Command B when I'm in a text editor? But that said, this is probably a fine time for me to jump into the updating meter to contain all of the work that I've just done today. So stuff is going to be like awkwardly positioned on the screen at the moment, I think. But I'll burn through this as fast as I can. Airwindows UI H file. Let's see. So some of this stuff I think I can just straight up take all of it and run from there. Like new name all the way down to after it says blur image, and I added some extra stuff. But nothing above here. Oh, scrolling too fast. It's out of control. It's going crazy. And then after where it said blur image, but instead it's going to have some extra stuff now. New name. Here's where new name begins. And then right down to there. There. So that's now got some new stuff going on. I keep being very tempted to include the operational controls on Meter even though it doesn't use them. I'm leaving them out, but I don't have to. That said, this is the stuff that I'm going to be doing more of today, so how about maybe jumping into some of this other stuff? Do I have anything new in Plugin Editor? Also, I need to reopen this so that I can open up the C file for Plugin Editor because I closed that by mistake this morning. Airwindows Meter, Airwindows Look and Feel, Idle Timer. None of that actually needs me to add or change anything. This part is all the same, but this part's going to be a little different. And then nothing in Plugin Processor will have changed, but a bunch of stuff up here did. So let's scroll right up to the top and see what we've got. All this stuff with host track color is going to be different, I think, but maybe not right up here. Like, see what I've got there, that's basically the same. It's the same down to where this stuff is, and this had better be consistent. So we're going to make it be consistent. So we're going to keep it at 1200 by 675, but then we add this. And then instead of the 512 by 512, I think we just straight up use 1200.0 by 675.0. I think that's going to be a constrainer. And then resize limits might as well be the same for all the good it's going to do, because it's not going to work nicely for everybody or anybody. But they are very gracious resize limits. Even though it doesn't honor them properly, that's enough of a range that I feel we can leave it. Because the whole thing doesn't actually operate the same way that the gain knob does. Now here's where stuff starts getting more interesting. Paint here, we're doing a bunch of stuff that's different from what was up here. So let's see. I think I can just use what I had and go. It should follow the same basic rules. And it looks to me, just eyeballing it, like all the stuff with drawing the text and all the stuff line width and below is utterly and totally unchanged. So there's that. So that's cool. That looks absolutely the same. So basically everything above where it says auto line width equals get local bounds, get width, I basically need to take everything here but replace it with what I've got in gain. And so let's do that. I'm pretty sure that's how that's going to work. And that is the corrected one. It's not as squished up as the other stuff was, but that's fine. I was in the middle of working on it, so I haven't really consolidated it down to a tiny area. May or may not even bother. We'll save and build gain. And we'll save and build meter and see whether that in turn is being good and behaving the way I want it to. So there's my code again. There's the juice stuff where this is the last I was trying to look up, and I was trying to look up how to make rectangle placement class work. And it turns out that I can just have all the flags. We're ignoring all the flags. It says telling it that it is a 0 means none of this applies. None of these flags are set, and it was fine. I don't know why that is, but it was happy enough to work. And so I'm game with that. There's probably flags in here that would suit, but I'm kind of overriding that by just forcing it to be a given aspect ratio and being done with it. And that was working about as well as it can. So yeah. So we didn't need to do that. This is the place, and this is the thing that needed to have flags. And we just 0 means no flags are set, and that's just what it's going to do. And it worked. It worked. So let's see. Now that we've built meter, let's see how good of a job it does. Because we've got like, let's see. Here's gain. And so that is a pale purple. And we've got a meter. Let's option drag this sucker over to the same pale purple. And they match. Lovely. Actually, you can't see the first one. This is it. So we can have these match because they're on the same thing, but now can we update Airwindows globals so that our user image is something that we might want to use? What might that be? I know, gray bed. And is it a PNG? No, it's a JPEG. A JPG. And then we can also override gain image, but not the other image. But that's for, we'll do that in a moment. We'll have a very small amount of track color. Save that, jump back in here. And now we close these and reopen them. And now they've got the texture with a tiny hint of purple, which is as it is supposed to be. That's what we were trying to do. And they're both on track 7. So I can move them over to, for instance, track something else. And now they're both blue tinted, but they still have the texture. And then now when I go into here and I tell plugin name image to be gain image PNG, which is what I prepared earlier. Let's just get a little playful here. We're getting ready to be a little playful. Meteor image can be something aggressive. Charred timber. Let's go for a dark black look for that one if it is indeed in play. I don't know whether the size of this is going to be acceptable, but we'll find out. And that's a JPEG. But you'll note that we don't have meter specified here. We're specifying meteor. And so what we get now is gain image will bring up the custom. And meter will still bring up my original texture with this slight tint of blue, unless I tell it that it has a special custom image. Let's see whether it fits this into this might not fit. This is going to be interesting to find out about because this is not actually going to be a tiling image this time. It's going to try to force it to the sides. Let's see what happens. This could be messy. What do we get? Up. And that would be my charred timber look. And indeed, it is restricting the resizing to only that aspect ratio, although it only shows as much of the image as you let it, because it's designing that based around how that goes. So that's interesting. And then if we go back to charred timber, copy for our default, and scrap this stuff because that meter doesn't really need to have a custom skin. And then make this not be a legitimate thing. We're going to go to a slightly tinted version of charred timber. Fully functional. And the same slightly tinted version of charred timber for the meter, except that now, since we're not specifying a single representation of it, since we're not specifying a hard-coded skin image for this particular class of plugin, now we can rescale it freely. And this is how that works when you rescale it freely. Is it adjusts around this internal stuff here. And same thing for this one, to the extent that the image still rescales the way that you think that it would. Yeah. Cool beans. named plugin. What do I want to call this? So that's how that works. And then user image, maybe I should be renaming that as well. I don't know. But yeah, all of this functionality is doing nicely. And we can skip any of it as we like. Or use all of it, or it's doing its job of trying to adapt to the myriad weird things people might try to do. I do wonder whether using the XML to color code the kinds of plugins is anything anybody might want. Because that's the thing, it's like, oh dude, I want all of my compressors to be green. You could. That's the question. Because I've got that functionality going on in the plugin name stuff for if you wanted to fully skin it. The question becomes, is it worth doing plugin name color? And I'm not that interested in doing plugin name font. I'd like that to be global. I don't know. I mean, you could. It's always very tempting to be like, well, but we could. We could have a giant but XML file with all the things. It's kind of irresistible. Because it's just following the pattern of the previous one, so there's no reason I couldn't, and it seems so obvious. It would still adapt itself to whatever degree of track color you wanted, which could be 0 or it could be more. It could be 0.2, it could be 0.5. I'm not sure what I have as a default. Probably 0.5. Let's go find out. Same principle applies. This, I'd have to copy all of this back over to meter again. Nothing so wrong about that, though. Boop, and boop. So you do it like this, and it would look kind of like that. So gain color, and you'd specify a value, like red. And then you keep adding them as you come up with more plugins. It would all just kind of flow along with what you had in mind, and it would do what you told it to. That is what I would like to... Oh, hello. There's a mistake. Not that serious of a mistake. So it'll work kind of like this. User color and so if you get user color but you have not actually specified that, then use it. Oh, and we've got to do the flag. Need a little flag here too. Using named color equals false. And here's where we update it. Though we probably, well, hang on now. That serves a purpose that the color would not. I don't think I need it. Just because it exists, I don't think I need it. I think we can load this from here and then never need to deal with it again. So let's find out. Named color. Let's see how this works. Okay, so if it equals the named color, which is the plugin name plus color, then we use that. It equals this, and then we use it from there. At which point it's no longer an empty string, so we can't actually do it over again with user color. But if we hit user color first, we're still free to override it with this, and so that part will work. And we don't need to do use named image or using named color because we don't actually need to flow the image or resize it differently based on what it is. We don't have two different stretch or tile behaviors to switch between. So there they are. Should work. And let's just go and see if it does. That might have been it. Also, it will work in Twisted Wave. And if it works in Twisted Wave, I'm comfortable that it'll work anywhere else. So, plugin named color. Again with the gain versus Gaijin. So there's our user color. There's our, man, people are going to want custom fonts because they could. I don't know. Maybe I'll implement it and then just leave none of these things filled in so that people start patching them into the juice, patching them into the XML, and then discover, oh my God, it worked. Question is, how easy is that for font? I think it would be pretty easy. One thing at a time. Let's build that and let's see what happens. Gain. It is green, but if we have a custom color where everything else is green, including meter is also green, but then if we tell the gain plugins to be red and the meter plugins to be yellow. Oh no, wait, I haven't added that to meter yet. Never mind. Meter will not register that, but gain should. Got there. Got there. Alrighty. So that gives us the ability to do all of our texture stuff, but if we are doing simple color coding, then you can do this all day long. But you could also override particular classes of plugin to always load up with the color. For instance, if you have distortion, you could do something like this. Waiting for me to release multiband distortion as a clap / VST3, etc. And then when I did, using all of this same technology, it would just start working and come in as red. You could fill in all of your most wanted plugins that way. Waiting for them to become a thing. If I'm not careful, they will end up demanding this out of Consolidated, and much good luck to them. The Consolidated people are not willing to do this. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I'm going to push for a little bit, and then it's getting very close to that time where I need to get dinner thawing out and ready for me to have. And I'm not going to run over time today, he says, hopefully. I may get started on the horizontal and vertical sliders, though. And I'll tell you why, because I should be able to copy them straight out of the juice files, at which point it'll be fairly straightforward as to what I will need to do to implement them. And then I can go from there. But this is a very good day of GUI work. This is very good in the sense of all the things I want to do with regard to that. So I think we can quit out of there. I think this is good, although I do want to also have it built into meter. So let's just take a minute and include that. I think I can just straight up. Nothing in there is beyond the Airwindows UI class. So if I go beyond here, LED color, from new name to LED color, no name to it scrolls too fast, to just past LED color. Yeah? Yeah. There. Now meter has the new code too. And we can do a named color for meter, and if we tell it, and the reason that's neat is because I don't have to tell each plugin, oh, by the way, fill in meter for every place where I'm doing that. In that sense, it's like I just need to go from the beginning and build it the way that I'm building it, and it'll automatically know what its own name is and assign its own colors and images and things if you tell it to. That stuff does itself, and that's pleasing. I am still wondering about whether to find a cooler tag name than param. It's like, what even is a param? Come on. I realize parameters, but like it's all caps, and it's like, it's got to be something cooler than that. I've got both of these open. Let's think of something better. We do need to have it say XML here. We do need to have it say body because I believe that's a primary thing. But then each of these tabs has this identification. What could we do that would better express what people get to do here? I'm thinking about calling it custom. Option. Option works too. Hey, thanks, Aiden. I mean, that stuff I didn't do the work on. But it's wonderful that Paul is so clever and the folks there are so committed to doing their thing. I'm warming to option. Beans, beef, broccoli. Would you like it to be option? It is, in fact, still teamwork because I had strong feelings about a bunch of it and I had to work with the people actively. And, sometimes I would talk, sometimes I would listen. I'd have opinions, but my opinions don't always carry the day. And yeah, so that's good enough for me. You're hanging out with me while I'm doing this coding, and so we'll do it like that, and we'll see how it works. Also, let's get rid of the all caps because I feel like it's more friendly and comfortable if it's lowercase. And that might just work. We'll find out. So save that, and then we'll do that, and we will scroll up here. And we'll do that, and we'll build these. I feel almost obligated to do the font just because you can. Like I could leave all of this stuff out. It's following exactly the same format. First things first. We have now built both of these twice. Because when I'm busy doing this kind of stuff, I can't remember what I did 10 seconds ago. That will have placed it in the right place, and so I launch this, and let's see what we've got. I think I just disabled all the things, so it should be normal default stuff. But then if we tell the user color to be pink, and we reload it, we should have default pink, if that worked. Lovely. So we totally can call it option, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Thanks, Bean Beef Broccoli. That's your contribution. It's actually, I had thought of the name option for there, but I mean, having the backing on that means everything in the world, and so that seems cool. We will go with that. You were there to reinforce the idea, and that's what we're keeping. And so, yep, option ID, and that's what we got. That's what we're doing. In lieu of calling it like golden ratio or something. Just Airwindows in jokes. And then we will take that out. And then let's put in the custom font while we have both of those open and just not mention it. We're doing lots of fun things with this kind of madness. So let's see. We do not need to do bool for using named image because these things get to load distinctly. So I get to just do this over again and copy it over to the new place, and it'll be the unmentioned thing, which does not necessarily mean, oh dear. How crazy do we need to go with all of this? Because it's very possible to take every single damn thing and let you specify it for named plugins, meaning that every single thing could be deeply, I just won't show that that's possible. But boy, is it ever possible. Named name. Being font name. Yeah, because if we do this, as soon as people start, I gotta say, I really like the idea of that, of just not saying anything. And then for anything that you can specify, you can also make a 1 minute warning for ads for anybody who experiences those things. Anybody who tries to start experimenting and go, what would happen if I did this? I have like pressure 4, and what would happen if I said pressure 4's font is this? I want those experiences of, oh my God, it worked! I'm a genius! Holy crud! That's so cool to me. I feel I must. I feel I absolutely must. I'm a little worried about wastefully making all these strings, but that's okay too. I do wonder whether it's going to get rid of them when they're done. Yeah. So, user font, named font. Except for we got to keep up with this stuff to make it work. So named font. So you'd be like gain font, and then you'd override for just that one. User color, named color. User image, named image, which does a whole other thing too. Apply track color amount. Named track color amount. I have to be sure to get all of this covered. Because if I run around doing all of this and then get it wrong, then that's a little more messy than I wanted. Also, I can smush some of this in. And I gotta update a bunch of things, honestly. So name append, good. Name color append, good. Named image append, good. Named apply track color append, good, but we're going to start having to do new things here. And then named LED append, good. Okay. So for apply track color amount, you would end up calling it gain track color amount. But if you did that, it would work. So you do that. And then new LED color becomes gain LED color. And I do wonder whether I could hide this a little bit by setting it like that. C isn't supposed to care about white space, so in theory I can do that. That should still work. I think that's basically all of the parameters I have going on in here, at least for the time being. I remember this morning I was thinking about whether I was going to be able to do the apply track color amount, and it turns out that I am. This is kind of just me staring at the screen. It's been going all day. This has been going well, so it's like nothing's so wrong with that. I'm just thinking in terms of now what must I do to make all of this go. So let's see. Here's user font. Named color and user color, that's done. Named image and user image, that's done. And also it has an extra thing in here. And apply track color amount and LED. So this is a big pile of if statements, so let me consolidate some of these down, since some of these are single statements. They don't need the brackets. And I can constrain things a little bit by forcing them into that single space. This one doesn't get to be a single space. This one has to be multiple. But I think everything else gets to be a single space. The only reason that one has to be multiple is because you got to use using named image to have the behavior of the drawing of the graphic be different. Everything else doesn't really care, does it? Let's see what feels right about how this is arranged and laid out. These could occur in any sequence, so it doesn't actually matter what order they're in. And I feel like if I have them stacked up in this way, that actually doesn't take up so much space that I'm forced to not have it in about the same arrangement. So it just needs to be inside the brackets, that's all. So there's our images. Here's our strings. Or I mean colors. What am I talking about? Strings. So new applied track becomes named applied track color amount. Font, likewise. And promise you won't tell anybody. I want people to discover this stuff by accident. Fooling around with it and going, oh my god, what if I did this? And then finding it worked. That is way cooler. So user font. Named name becomes that plus font. So that's different, but I think we can live with it. Just trying to have it make sense. Or indeed, no special reason I couldn't. Like that. And then there's much fewer of those, but you're not going to be in quotes. Then, oh yeah, we'll of course use some of the credits. The important thing is to be trying to do it. LED color, because everything should match up. There. This is just me thinking about whether apply track color amount should really be user track color amount to match. Or indeed user LED color. Feels a little weird to be calling it user. My users. We shall see. But that's the idea, is if you update it, you should be able to see that and go, these other things say user as well. What if I've changed those users to the names of a plugin, and then inspire people to try it? And then go buck wild with all of the XML. Have like the length of Lord of the Rings with all their customization. That seems like that would be delightful. Delightful. And so why not? So okay, so user font, color, image, track color amount, LED color. It could even all be a secret. Not actually reveal the fact that all and any of these things can be overridden on a class-by-class basis. That'd be exciting. What a surprise for people. I would have to demonstrate image, though. That would be no good not to demonstrate. Also, while I'm at it, I need to step away for a moment so that I can defrost the food that I would like to cook for this evening, because we're down to the last little bit, and probably I need to not be actually doing the horizontal sliders right now. But what I can do is play old Taming This Oxen again, if I can. Set it appropriately. And I'll be right back. I don't need to make another cup of coffee. It's late in the day already. And I'll be back in a minute. I was just setting up dinner, so it didn't need to take that long, really. Did manage to make a pit stop, but nothing wrong with that. Okay. Let us continue where we were going, because when all of this works, I'll be able to use any of these as templates to clone over to another very similar thing and then edit it. So if I can get all this going, and then when Sidara helps me build it so that things actually build and work, you could start seeing plugins flying out of here at a phenomenal rate. And it'd be kind of neat, like bouncing from purely doing new codes to adapting them to this framework where they fit into this very GUI enabled stuff. But firstly, let's make sure that this works. So these are actually correct. New apply track color amount, new LED. Well, hang on, do I? New image. Yeah, we want to name this. I'm pretty sure that's what it's supposed to be. We'll find out. New LED becomes named LED color. Okay. And the option it's looking for is always user this, user that, user that. But then named becomes the new thing, and so new is always the thing that we are creating. So fair enough. Good enough, that works. Here's the bit that I'm missing in all these other ones. Because all the rest of it appears to be exactly the same each time. So where it says image here, if it's user font and there is no other example of user font, then apply it. If there is another example that is named, that overrides it. And either it becomes that the first time around, or it becomes user font and then gets overridden by it. So fair enough. Likewise for this. And so if that is just an empty string, then we set it to be something. And then lastly, let's grab this from image. And voila. And this is the only one that has a special case. Font, color, image, color amount, LED color. Good. I think I can take out all the spaces I had in here so that I could see what I was doing. I can put them back anytime I want them. Coders hate this. It's actually not false. Coders do hate this. I'm not a coder, so I'll do whatever I want. And there we are. We're cycling through here and checking on all of these things, and sometimes checking on whether it already has been assigned a value. And we've got a special case in here for using the named image, but nothing else needs a special case. And that should just about do it. That should make this functional. So the final thing I need to do here besides look at the stuff and make sure that it's right, is copy it straight over to meter and leave that as it is. So literally from top to bottom, is that color to LED color. So color to LED color. And that would be it, really, except for now I'm going to do maybe a beginning, maybe just a beginning, having done all these other things. And I know that I would like to do a reflow on resized. And yet that's not the, I've just established a context where that would not happen, so I don't know if that's a concern. But I do know that one of the big things that's holding me back is keeping on doing other things rather than the draw linear slider. So build that. This is our little secret. Don't tell everybody in the world that all of these things can be overridden on a plugin class by plugin class basis, and that you could take anything, whether it's like clip only 2 or who knows what, and override all of this stuff all you want. You can have it be on a global basis. You can have stuff be on track colors by using the track color amount or disabling it. And then you can also override for individual plugins for anything you see here. From now on, that's going to be kind of crazy. Purest Worm 2 is an amusing little plugin, to be sure. Funny thing about that is that everything about Console X is all about working most effectively with peak energy. So it kind of isn't going in the same direction as some of those things. It's kind of going in a completely opposite direction, yet I still think you're going to like it. What can we find here? So here is the default V4 draw rotary slider. And I'm comfortable with the idea that we're going to build upon the linear slider for literally V4. We're just not going to use a lot of the same stuff, but we're going to be doing that. Oh, there can be stuff like that. Honestly, when you end up seeing like console RD, which would be the EMI red consoles and stuff, the stuff that I've been learning, like here, although I should be working, I can't resist bouncing around among some of these things. And you don't get to hear this one. Even I don't get to hear this one, not on stream. Nor is that the right folder to be in. My list of Evergreen's available records has been expanding. Well, when you look at the comparison between like Drive My Car and Here Comes the Sun, one of these is EMI Red, one of these is Abbey Road TG12345, the Dark Side of the Moon console. And what you get out of EMI Red, and I'm pretty sure we're not, yep, we're good. What you get out of EMI Red is a very dense and aggressive cloud of energy. In fact, I have an even better example for that. We'll compare EMI Red with EMI TG12345. So with EMI Red, you got this. Tubes. It is very loud. It is very dense and aggressive. This is a very popular sound. It actually maps pretty closely to the sound of like driving rain in an acoustic space. Gets you very similar effect, honestly. And that's the Beatles playing Birthday. Even when it drops back into this quiet part, there's just this intense burst of everything. And then this other bit where they're just sustaining, go into a party. That solidness, that density of peak energy, the lack of anything below that, that's the sound of tube distortion. That's the sound of all of this noise getting really, really intense. Go over to Here Comes the Sun. Granted, that's a different kind of sound. It is unthinkably different. It's way more like mid-70s hi-fi. All of the zero cross energy is down here, like as if it was Dark Side of the Moon. All of the peak energy is distributed way lower rather than being in a dense cloud. It's sitting down between the RMS, and this is with Jeff Emmerich pushing as hard as he can to try to make it be like the other one, and failing. And you get a picture like that, where he's still able to get the same star quality thing, but look at the difference between the density of, and maybe I can even, will that continue? I think it closed it. It closed it. The density of the previous one, where all the energy was like up in the top 6 dB, and it's tubes, so it's saturating and compressing, compared to the transistorized TG12345, this is very much the Beatles' Dark Side of the Moon sound pattern. And they struggled mightily to get everything to rock as hard as it did back when they were using this one. And getting these results out of it. You can even see it in the grayness of the RMS area, that this is getting good and loud for a classic 60s album. Not as much as, say, the Kinks. There's plenty of albums out there that push even harder, but you compare these things to each other. So there's a White Album, and that's the Red console. And here is Abbey Road with the TG12345. Look at how high some of these peaks go over everything else. Look at how high some of these slews go over everything else. It was a cleaner console in the same way that digital mixing is cleaner than a red console, the ability to get the sound isn't necessarily the same because they weren't necessarily using the tools that they would need to do to take like a DAW, a digital audio workstation, and make it do this. But there's nothing saying you couldn't. You could absolutely do that. You can go from this, or even more spiky and able to deliver peaks way beyond what you need, to something like this, where it's just full of energy and life, because it's densely filling this area. And yeah, I have been very busy capturing and setting. A recent day was composed entirely of getting classic stuff off of recordings that I had made, like the White Album and Abbey Road, on my recent equipment, and setting them up so that I could measure them. This is, of course, Helter Skelter. It's quite noisy. I didn't grab that. I did see it. It doesn't look very impressive at all. Revolution number 9 is not a hit record. I'm sorry, it's not. It doesn't do any of the stuff. You compare it with Helter Skelter, look at what some of this is doing. The amount of high frequencies that they're throwing out on a red console is just over the top. And it goes beyond even that. Like, I've got other weird things. For instance, I don't have Revolution number 9, but would you believe the Beatles' It's All Too Much, a George Harrison thing from Magical Mystery Tour. If you were able to hear this, which I can't let you hear it very much, but I will end up being able to put out an evergreens of this kind of thing. The production on this is really over the top. All of the sounds are so loud and sonorous, and the music leaves something to be desired. Some of that Magical Mystery Tour music, it could have used a little bit of help. But they're doing that thing where they're pushing for like mid or late 70s level of energy, sonority, and high frequencies. It's just blasting so hard. This stuff is blasting so hard. And all that's going on is going, it's all too much for me to take. The love that's shining all around you. Oh yeah. That's the album I got it off of. Sadly, it's a rather crackly album. But those spikes, I don't believe, are usually crackles. Those spikes are like snare hits and things. And yeah, you can see It's All Too Much by the Beatles is delivering a hit record sound. The sound is the sound of a hit record. Unfortunately, the song isn't really same deal with, like, here's Only a Northern Song off of that same album. That's the one where that's one of George's ones, and it's almost like a piss take on how successful they were and whether they could do whatever the heck they wanted to, and it was them frying their brains on acid and making a lot of really horrible noises, and then also trying to make it sound like a hit record with George Martin and the producers trying to go along with it as well as they could. So Only a Northern Song, also a red console recording, is also just pushing everything as hard as it possibly can. You can see how bright it gets. Those black lines are excessive brightness. There are times when they can be appropriate and used effectively. Pushed this hard, it's probably not. And yet for all that, it still comes off like, well, this sounds great, but what's it doing? It sounds great, but what are those chords doing? What are those weird things in the background making horrible noises literally all the time? And that's how that works, is you can have a hit record sound that is not actually delivering musical value. Whereas if you have a fairly up-tempo thing from, say, Sgt. Pepper's, which is not nearly that, it's not wasting its energy or songwriting ability, you'll notice certain things about it, such as it's still registering with that hit record sound going on, but you will also notice the high frequencies are just not as out of control as stuff off the Yellow Submarine. Yellow Submarine is pushing so hard that it's excruciating. It's unpleasant to hear. Whereas this is getting better from Sgt. Pepper's. Oh yeah, no, only a Northern Song. It's not that loud on the record because they had to fit so much on that side. But man, it is an overwhelming, listen to it again sometime. It's a overwhelming sounding song. Nothing lets up. Everything is just at all times, without a breath, without a pause. Whereas here's getting better off of Yellow Submarine, and you experience the lack of all that high frequency hash that was showing up as black lines in the bottom. When it's doing this, it's easier to hear. It's less fatiguing. So yeah, but I should stop that because I was in the middle of copying something over. I seem to be resisting dreadfully. I'm resisting dreadfully doing the last bits of my work for today. But yeah, I am kind of getting all of this stuff done so that when I am finally able to get a little help from Sudara and have some of these things actually build in such a way that people can download them, so that I can like release a plugin based on this stuff that I'm doing today and for weeks in the past, when I can actually put that out, that's when I can start doing the evergreens, because then people will have the tool that I used so that they can refer to their own stuff and start working from there. Until that point, it doesn't seem fair. So let's see what we can get out of this. So draw a linear slider. All right, how did I phrase this? Public void draw rotary slider. Let's do public void draw linear slider and see how close this is to what I need to type. Because this is actually working a little better. And that looks exactly like the previous one did, but I have to add a couple of things. Namely, that's a void, and it has to say override at the end. And straighten up some of these things too. So let's see, where it says graphics, it has to say juice graphics. We'll do that. There we go. Float slider pause is going to match. Const float rotary start angle, those don't actually exist in this. So let's not have them. But we're keeping all of these because it has to be able to just over. Oh, Wonderwall would probably, it depends. Like the thing about that is, and let me walk through the rest of this while I'm going. Not to be derailed too hard. Juice slider at. So we need to bring in some of these things and do I need to do? I probably do. Const juice slider that and const juice slider and so why is this not sending in? Like, why doesn't this also say slider on there? I'm going to assume these need to follow the same behavior, and if it doesn't, then I'll find out later. I want to make these match because the other one worked. So that should be satisfactory. And we'll see where this goes from here. Because now the next thing is to do this in the other file and see if I can make it actually work. Also, 40 seconds for ads for anybody who's experiencing those. Yeah, Wonderwall off of vinyl record would still look very loud, but it might not look as loud as you'd think. Vinyl records can't really do brick wall limiting. Oh, go on. Tell me more, Aiden. So now what does this look like as we're coming in? Like this. Okay, so fair. We're taking this in. Is there a reason I removed this from the other? Like, what would happen if I went back to this and then we put this in both places? I feel like that should work if this is a void and it has these things to call. And then when you look at it, it goes like, oh, okay, juice slider, ampersand slider. It should say that in both places, right? Like, yeah. Yeah, Jonathan, that is correct, yes. And the interesting thing about it is what that actually means in practice, because I have continued to research into all that stuff. Let's see. Firstly, Airwindows look and feel, void look and feel v4. We need to copy all of this over and then do what we need to do in order to make it work. So let's see how far this goes. Moves so fast. Linear slider outline. This is calling stuff that I don't want it to be calling. And I'm concerned about the 2-value and 3-value stuff. I wonder whether there was an experiment I maybe wanted to do. Well, nothing to it but to do it. Let's first copy this over, then at least I can work on it later when I'm ready. We have the linear slider arriving first. So we can just straight up copy this all over. Let's duplicate the stuff here. Void, void. What did we do last time? Okay, juice graphics, fine, fine. And then juice slider, I need to also do that. Having done that, a bunch of this stuff isn't going to work, but I wonder how many of these things I can get to work by just punching these things in here. The next thing I'm going to do is literally comment it all out. Because a bunch of this I don't think is going to serve me well. I will not like this. But that's okay, I don't have to like it right away. I had something else in mind, and I'm going to show you what it is. There. This should be back to working. Yeah, I mean, the Gallaghers did in fact do that. They did in fact intentionally. They were going for the sound that their PA system produced. They were going for that effect. Let's move this around. Linear slider is going on the top. And then we're commenting out that override. And now things should work just fine. But there's something I want to try. We've got about 20 minutes left on stream. I'm going to be good about not going beyond, because this week I feel like taking it easy and making sure I'm not pushing too hard. I can say that all day long, but I also have to honor it. Otherwise, it's pointless. But I wanted to try something having to do with this resized. So here's our resized, here's our color, here's our bounds, but up here, set slider style is going to give me different things. So let's see, which one was on top and which one was on bottom? Which is the largest one? Paint, resized. I think gain knob is the one. It's the largest one. I want to replace that with a different style of let's try linear horizontal, but also I would like to know what happens when you try to do multiple sliders. Two value horizontal, three value vertical. What's up with those? What do we get? I want to see what happens. What can you make happen with these? Because it seems to include that. So let's see. Save, build, see if it builds, first of all. It does build, but does it work? And what do we see when we have this? Is this our way of making a slider that can feed in multiple things? Oh. Well, we built it, but that isn't actually showing anything different, is it? Gain knob has now been set to triple value, but it didn't do anything. Let's see whether maybe I just did that wrong. Because see how it's... I gotta look up what that even means. If I tell the slider style to be linear horizontal, then it should do something. My question becomes, how can I make it do... I want my joystick control. I wonder if I do a two value horizontal, can that give me another input on the one control? Because I have reason for wanting to make that work. So first order of business, let's see if linear horizontal shows up as a linear horizontal. Yes. So this is now what I'm going to be overriding. It does in fact work. I can resize and see that it's changing these because this value is going into stuff. But this is currently being drawn as, the thumb is this little gray dot, and all of this is being drawn as a standard juice control, and it's not adapting to any of my stuff. So this is just where I will be drawing my control to look like these but be a horizontal slider. And I can also do a vertical slider, and it'll be very similar in that it'll be coming up with ways to make that work. But what I want to know about is this 2-value slider. So I think I'm going to spend the last 15 minutes poking around with that. Because we can get it to work, but can we get it to be 2-value? Do you set it repeatedly? Like, what happens when we do this? Linear horizontal, and weird. Where's 2-value horizontal? What the actual heck? There it is. So can you set it to linear horizontal and then 2-value horizontal and have it do anything? Like, do I need to do both of those things, or does setting it to 2-value horizontal just make it immediately fail because something else is wrong? Let's find out. I kind of see something there. It's a little hard to tell what it is, though. Oh. You can't really see very well, but I bet if I expand it, you can just barely see. This is one value, and this is another value, and they're pushing each other around. And I don't know which one is being returned. Actually, I can find that out, can't I? Because it's gonna honor. I think maybe it's returning neither of them. See, because this would be updating the position of these if either of these fed the output. But it's like neither of them do anything. I'm not actually connecting to either one. They can't go past each other is all. That's very interesting. You would be incorrect. Music Concrete records could have a hit record sound without being hits. Remember, like, Only a Northern Song has a hit record sound, but is absolutely not a hit because it's almost unlistenable. In fact, Bits of Revolution 9 could possibly have had one. Remember that Music Concrete includes such sounds as like Driving Rain. And lest I remind you, where did it go? I can remind you that this is a downpour loop. It's rain. Rain is the same thing as hit record sound. My theory on that is that it is because our ears evolved to hear into or through this sound. So yeah, you don't have to look any farther than that. If you're looking for Music Concrete being a hit record sound, rain. And my theories on that are partly like the white noise and how that kind of goes along, and partly the fact that rain is bursts of little transient noise over a large area in which most of the transient noises being made are far away and travel through space. Our ears evolved to hear through the nonlinearity of air, and rain is an object example of literally exactly that. So yeah, so this is interesting. What must I do? We're going to spend the last few... Well, I wonder whether I can set slider style. Here's paint. Where am I setting thumb colors for these? Gain knob. Here's where we can set some colors. Let's set some colors now that we're not using the Airwindows one. Background color ID, that's probably fine. I can't think of anything else. Let's try this. I think that built. Back into the breach, hopefully with the thumb color made into up. There we go. Here we go. And neither of these are actually the value I'm looking at. But look, 2-value slider. And the way these values work, you get to move them independently. Presumably they each have a variable coming out, but neither of these variables are what this is currently reading. So I wonder whether I can make the plugin read this stuff. In particular, it would be interesting to know whether I could make the plugin have one of these values go to this control and one of these values go to this control, and then when you resize, it applies them. But I don't know how. Gain knob, get value. We're just going to do a little final burst on juice. That is somebody talking there, so that's cool. Param IDs, blah, blah, blah. What am I doing? I get to do gain knob get value. That's what I'm expecting to do to make it actually work, but gain knob get value no longer works. I can copy it off the other one. So do I have, oh, hello. Get X and get Y, is that what it wants? Holy crap, that would be easy. Oh no, hang on a second, that can't be right. Yeah, that can't be right at all. Get value is the one it wants. That is a positioning thing. So this was what it was. Oh, gotta make that go away. And this is not at all the correct thing. Because the slider isn't returning its current value. Aiden, I don't know what you mean by the analyzer I use with those dots, etc. So I can't answer that right now. Oh, hello. Get range. Oh, get maximum, get minimum. Uh-huh. I bet you this is what it is. Ooh. Or bingo. All right. Let's try this out for our last moment. Then we'll return to this at some future time and be able to make our cool horizontal slider that's actually like a joystick that moves around by completely overriding all of this. But until that stage, we got to see whether we can make it do anything. Because, yeah, like within the slider, I see no reason for just overriding. Like, if we're in the slider, it'll be simple enough to just override this stuff and spit these out as the X and Y values of a joystick-like behavior. No reason that couldn't work. We just override it, rewrite it, make it do what we want. When you were showing the visual indicators on distortion, you capture the audio and it's a visual meter. I have no idea what you're talking about. There we go. Now watch this. If I am not mistaken, I will not be able to make these go to the opposite extremes because the slider itself is failing to do it, but both of these will move these tilty controls. This should make both of them go flat. Boom, got there. And then this one on the top, actually no, that applies to the one on the bottom, doesn't it? So this one on the top can be tilted this way, and in fact we could make both of them be tilted the way they were, or the opposite. So they both look like they are pointing the same way. Or they can both be in the middle if I click the thumbs right, because that all needs to be replaced. Oh, this is like, do you not know this is the thing I've been working on this entire time? That's the meter I've been working on this entire time. If you look at recent, look at recent streams. I am at 456. There's no special reason not to just, having succeeded in being able to get two distinct values out of this, because look at this. This now has two distinct values. So that's all I need to know. Single control, two outputs, good to go. It might be a while before I get it actually to work properly, but there's no reason I can't do like a little square control and you just move the thumb and the thumb gives you an XY output, and that's all I need. So that said, I think you might be talking about this little toy. That's the hit record meter. So the reason I call it that, I will shut off my music player for the moment, because I can do things like this. Here's a Beatles record. And you set this a playing, little burst. little tiny snippets of that show you that this is in fact the Beatles. That's not going to get me knocked off. I can't let it play for more than a second though. This is a hit record meter. The music made by the Beatles at this time lit up all the boxes for being hit record sounds. The green and red is stereo because this is one of those old Beatles records where everything is slammed to the opposite speakers. Even though it's slammed to the opposite speakers, it's still showing up as a clearly hit record pattern. We can do more. And I will do this for the last couple of minutes and then go off and have my tacos. So let's see. Here's a little journey. That guitar noise, that is a famous moment. Let's show you that again. Remember this? Neil Schon playing that is a high point of the song. It is a hit record sound. Also, you can see on the meter when Steve Perry sings. Because when he sings, he shows up on the meter in blue. The noises Steve Perry makes are hit record noises. Let's see, what else? Jackson 5 actually works for that, but I'm thinking just a little bit of something really classy like Pink Floyd's Money. And this is a live stream, so I'm not going to be playing the audio, but I will make evergreens as soon as I'm able to put the record meter out. Here's another hit record ogram. And here's what happens when we're doing the solo and everything's getting really loud. Dark Side of the Moon has a hit record sound. I know, shocking. Who could have imagined that Dark Side of the Moon would have a hit record sound? Dark Side of the Moon has a hit record sound. That's what you're looking at. Yeah, I'm not going to do that for live streams. I am just playing this bit. But yeah, and it is 5:01, so I'm done with the stream for today. But there's your answer. What were you showing? I was showing my hit record meter. It says a hit record meter because it is one. And in doing that, this is showing what the peak energy is doing relative to the RMS at even like the loudest parts of the solo on Money. This is showing the slew energy, which people don't usually measure. This is showing a zero crossing meter. And these are like additional slew energy beyond what normally happens. So Pink Floyd got really bright at this point. Their noises get really sharp. And that's why I call it a hit record meter. Play hit records on it, and they light up like this. And you can tune your own mixes to be more like hit records by following these simple rules. And what you want to avoid doing is having otherwise good music in which the meter does this. Otherwise very good song by Foo Fighters. It is The Pretender. Don't do this, you don't have to. You will note that the peak energy that was formerly in this area is now all gone. And the brightness is arguably kind of overbearingly loud. Yeah. And like I said, for good music, when it breaks into a quieter part, although granted this is still rather bright, you do still get the bits of the aura still poking through, and then it goes away again. Like here's the end. So that's supposed to be as good as classic rock? Musically, it absolutely is. Performance-wise, yeah, it absolutely is. It's ruined. You don't get to hear what it actually was. So don't do this. Don't do this. Do this. Simple as that. You don't even lose that much in volume. Like these dynamic peaks that are showing on this screen, Foo Fighters were only able to get, like this is 6 dB, this is 12 dB. They were only able to get about 3 more dB of peak out of this at the cost of squishing everything absolutely to death. Peaks are audible. They're where the vibe comes from. So do this. Don't do the other thing. And on that bombshell, I will be a good little Chris and go off and have my tacos. But yeah, looking forward to Thursday. Thursday, I ought to be digging into that 2-control horizontal slider stuff, getting that stuff to work out properly, figuring out how to make it go. That'll be exciting. So yeah, I'll talk to you later, and I'll see some of you folks on Thursday. Bye-bye.